Okay. Hello, everybody. um, so Dr. T. Colin Campbell won't be with us today, just so everybody knows. He had an unexpected event this morning, and I just got message 2 minutes ago about it. So just so you know, very sadly, he won't be here, but we'll have him in the next one we do. And so all will be good. Anyway, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? I'm so excited to have our Fountain of Youth. Um, and Peter's going to start off.
Thank you, Linda. And yes, I want to welcome everybody. I'm so excited that we are now launching the Fountain of Youth, which is our opportunity with the whole food plant-based community to show the other evidence. So the whole food plant-based work is all about scientific evidence based, and there's probably tens of thousands of studies showing its power and lots of people benefiting. But what happened with me is that once I turned whole food plant-based, I personally lost 50 pounds. My triglycerides, my cholesterol were off the charts, and I wasn't taking medication for it. I always knew there had to be another solution. So I took on the lifestyle. Within months, I was dropping weight, and my cholesterol and triglycerides, my blood work came towards normal, and I was just so thrilled and excited about that. So I want to tell my friends and loved ones about this amazing solution to their pain and suffering, to all the meds they were taking, and and everybody pushed me away. Nobody wanted to hear about it. They treated me like as if I was talking about some wacko doctor in a cave somewhere making up this stuff. So they just wouldn't believe it. And I would show them the documentaries, the evidence, and I just couldn't get through to them. So I thought, well, maybe what we need to do is show them a collection of real stories. And that's what started the scoreboard and the success story galleries. So I'm just so excited that we are finally making this happen so that we can build this tool that all of us grassroots ambassadors, all of us would like to see our friends and our loved ones to be healthier. We can be showing them this evidence also. And so with that, I am extremely honored to have Linda Middlesworth with me. So I've been working with Linda for a while on different things, and probably about a year or so ago, I looked at a picture of Linda, and my response was, wow, this woman found the fountain of youth. And the fountain of youth, of course, is something that humanity has been searching for a long time to get health and longevity, and it has been elusive. Well, in fact, we have found it, and it's a whole food plant-based lifestyle. So Linda's representing an image of that, and she has been whole food plant-based for 36 years. It's an amazing story. She has overcome cancer, severe heart disease, obesity, prediabetes, and high blood pressure. So 36 years ago, and she was having these challenges and illnesses. Even though she was very active, she is an aerobics instructor, and back then she was teaching as many as 25 aerobics classes a week. So she was very active, and yet with the wrong diet, she was developing these chronic diseases. So at the same time, when she found that this is so important for health, Linda found out about what happens with dairy cows. And if you don't know this about what happens in factory farming, you probably don't want to know, but you really do need to know that you don't want to participate in supporting that process. So after that, Linda has started the Sacramento Vegan Society meetup in 2008, where she has over 5,000 members currently. Since 2012, Linda has been the vegan mentor, health coach. So if you're looking for some support from a coach, Linda may be an excellent resource for you. In 2015, she was certified as a Food for Life nutrition and cooking instructor, and she has been teaching cooking classes. And then she has received numerous awards and recognition, the latest of which Linda was personally awarded the Voice of Compassion Award by Dr. Neal Barnard. So with that, I am so honored to welcome Linda Middlesworth, our hostess today, who's brought together this incredible panel of experts and successful people who have done so very, very much to help change the world. So welcome, Linda, and please go ahead with
Hi.
what you have for us. Hi.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Peter, for that very wonderful introduction. You have been a great friend from the very start and believed in me from day one. And you give me so much courage to go forward and keep going. In fact, your ability to get the word out there with your project and We Did It Health is amazing. So everybody should know what Peter is doing too. But anyway, we have a wonderful panel today. Unfortunately, Dr. T. Colin Campbell had an unexpected event today, and he's so sorry that he cannot be here. He's thinking about trying to get here at the very end of our day. So I will let you know when he knows. So it's possible we will see him at the end as the very, very last speaker after our last speaker. So I just want to tell everybody that the Fountain of Youth really is about how you feel, right? It's how you feel inside. Do you feel happy? Do you feel you have purpose in life? Do you think about what you can do for others every day? Because I know myself, I found out that's what got me over when my husband died, and my grandson died. I found out that by delving into helping other people was the way for me to get up in the morning and feel great about myself. Because when you help other people, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel good to know that you're helping people get well, that you're helping people maybe get over their grief as well. Because when they start eating healthy too, you feel better about yourself. I was a very depressed person when I was teaching all those aerobics classes. I'm still teaching, just not as many because of COVID kind of shut me down a lot, but I'm still teaching. And I think I'm the oldest instructor in 62 gyms that my company has. And I'm very proud of that fact. And the reason I am is because I eat a whole food plant diet. And if you haven't started that yet, I'd be glad to help you, as well as all of our panelists have everything to do with this because I learned from them. So I would like to let you know that we have our first speaker is Dr. Angela Davis. She has a PhD in psychology that she's had for over 25 years. And she has so many accolades behind her. I got to hear her speak in Ohio, and she was amazing. So I'm really excited about you meeting her. Dr. Angela Crawford, she is a doctorate in clinical psychology. She has her postdoctoral fellowship in pain management. She has clinical psychology with specialty in health psychology. And she's an EMDR practitioner. She's a master of vegan lifestyle coach. She's a plant-based nutrition or canal with Dr. Colin Campbell. She's a transformational coach, a culinary RX certification, and she's the author of 7 best practices to inspire loved ones to go vegan. Let me tell you, I still need to read that, Angela. I'm having trouble with that one. You know, it's one thing to be a plant eater yourself, but to get your family to go along is a whole different story. They don't always, everybody doesn't learn the same way, and everybody isn't receptive to this whole idea of whole food plant eating like I was. For me, it was 1 minute, one sentence. You know, she told me about the dairy cows and how and who I could go to for getting well, and that was it. I didn't need 2 sentences. I just needed one long one, right? But not everybody gets their information that way. I don't know. I thought I was like everybody else, but I turns out I'm not. So with that, I would love you to tell us, Dr. Angela Crawford, how you got into this whole thing. What happened?
Sure, and I did prepare part of it. I do have some slides to share too, so I'll do that. But I'll start by sharing a little background, and then we can get into the slides.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I've been a psychologist for 25 years, and so my work has been more generally with psychotherapy and helping people with healthy lifestyle and changing their life to heal from trauma and other managed stress. And about, oh gosh, it was in 2006, I had a life-changing event that led me to go first vegetarian and then vegan. And for me, it was a little different than a lot of people's stories of how this happens. For me, I had learned about the conditions for workers in meat processing plants. It was a special on PBS where they showed a lot of the workers were injured, and it was just really horrific working conditions. And many of them, when they were injured, they were pressured not to report their injuries or get treatment, or they might lose their job. And many were immigrants, poorly paid, didn't have a lot of economic resources, so they felt they had no choice. And just learning about their work got me thinking about how my food got to me. I'd grown up in the Midwest. I hadn't really thought much about it before. I saw the cows in the field, but I had no idea about factory farming. And then when I learned about factory farming, from starting from that special and then doing a lot more reading, I just knew that was a system I didn't want to participate in anymore. So I needed to make some changes because I wasn't a cook. I ate convenience foods and comfort foods and definitely a chocoholic. And it was like, okay, if I'm going to eat differently here, I'm going to have to learn some new skills. And so I went to the bookstore the very next day. I bought a plant-based cookbook. I had to buy new pots and pans because I didn't even have the right utensils to make the recipe. But when I made it, it was a vegetarian lasagna and full of vibrant colors. It was a red pepper, artichoke, spinach lasagna, and it was like delicious. And my family loved it. And I was like, oh, maybe I could be a cook after all. And it was a new identity forming. I just kept reading, trying new recipes, and I found that my life expanded. I found I felt better. I learned new things about myself, and I was acting in accordance with my values. Over time, I learned the health benefits. At that time, you know, I didn't have any health issues, so that wasn't so much my driving force, but I do have a family history of heart disease. And when I read about Dean Ornish's work and Colin Campbell and all the different doctors that have helped to reverse different diseases like heart disease and diabetes, I just realized, like, wow, this is really a lifestyle that not only helps what I value, like animals and the planet, but it also helps health. And here I am helping people, many of whom have chronic health conditions that maybe they don't need to suffer from. So just, you know, over time, as I learned more, I eventually became fully vegan. And when I became vegan, I knew it was about more than me. It was really about also helping others, you know, to be able to move towards a plant-based lifestyle. And also, you know, because my background's in psychology, my focus is more on like, how do people thrive emotionally and socially with their lifestyle? Because that's often the hardest challenge, especially moving to a plant-based lifestyle. And so I'm going to kind of get into that a little bit in the part of the talk I prepared. And then you and I mentioned we might chat a little bit more afterwards, depending on how the timing is going. So,
Oh, yes,
is it okay if I share my screen? Am I able to do that?
please do.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to do a slideshow. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, perfectly.
Okay. Oops, wrong thing. Okay. Somehow I jumped ahead a slide of where I wanted to. The title that I had is Plant-Powered Inspiration, Sharing the Power of Plant-Based Living with Others. I was asked to speak specifically about communication, sort of from a psychological standpoint, you know, how, kind of what you were raising earlier, Linda, how do we inspire others towards plant-based living? Because when we experience the health changes and the benefits for, so many things we care about. And then as we age, our aging doesn't show in the way it would if we weren't eating this way. We want to share it with others. And so what I'm speaking to is some of the tools that we might want to put in our toolkit for helping to inspire and influence others. Knowing that, as Linda said, it's not always an easy thing. But already both Peter and Linda spoke to what I have on this slide, and that's the miracle of plant-based living that so many people experience, that, embodies vibrant health, reversing diseases that are so common in our culture, like heart disease and type 2 diabetes, and, all these things that just seem to be common nowadays, that actually when you eat plant-based and you take the animals out of the diet and a lot of the processed foods out, your body can heal itself. It strengthens your immune system. I mean, I was really so amazed to learn, not only would eating plant-based lessen our risk of having pandemics in general, but when there are viruses and pandemics, it strengthens our immune system. So we're less at risk for the severe versions of these illnesses. The antioxidants make our skin glow and help us, with all these different things that our body does to thrive. As Linda embodies, it helps our fitness and endurance. In my research, I've interviewed a lot of people who are plant-based athletes, and so many of them just amaze you at the endurance and fitness they show eating all plant protein. And then, as I will share a little bit about my research in a moment, people also find that plant-based living can enhance our emotional and spiritual well-being too. So that's something we don't always think about, but when you're eating the foods that nourish your body, they also nourish your brain. And in addition, when you're eating lighter, it seems to open us up more to spiritual awareness, and, or if you don't view it as spirituality, at least our interconnectedness with all of nature. So we start to wonder, how can we inspire others? And the way we inspire others is, by being aware of all the benefits ourselves. And I'm going to get into some specific tools, but, we all kind of move towards this lifestyle for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's for human health and thriving and, wanting to be healthier. Some of us are inspired because we realize that animal agriculture is the greatest contributor to environmental degradation, and we want to move away from that. And then animal compassion, that we don't want to cause harm to other sentient beings. So all these things drive us to want to inspire others. And yet we find that others tune us out when we try to encourage them to eat more plant-based. So
Yeah.
that can be really frustrating, because we want them to take in this message, and yet it seems like they either get defensive or they don't want to hear it. And I think, Linda, you pointed to the reality that often our families are the hardest ones. So as you think about the principles I'm going to talk about, you might want to start with people that aren't as hard to work with. But we'll talk a little bit about some tools and principles. I already shared a little bit about my background, so I won't go a lot into this, but I've been passionate about the interconnection between moving towards a healthier, plant-based, compassionate, and sustainable lifestyle. And, I wanted to study this because for me, like, becoming plant-based was so transformational. Although I didn't have health issues, I've prevented a lot of health issues that I'm pretty sure that I would have had, had I not been eating this way. And giving up dairy, I found that my seasonal allergies went away, some skin issues went away. I've maintained good health and energy. And it just really feels good to not try to hide, I guess, from the truth about what happens with animal agriculture, to just face it head on and to do what I can to not contribute to that system and to eat in ways that actually nourish me and nourish the things that I care about, like animals, the planet, and just the well-being in general of other people. So since it was so transformative for me, and I knew so many other vegans and plant-based people who had positive lifestyle changes from this living this way, I interviewed and surveyed dozens of people who are vegan about the mind, body, spirit transformation that they had experienced. And I pulled together the results from that and into a book. And the book is going to be published next year by Lantern Publishing. So I may be able to share a little bit more about that later on, but just wanted to kind of mention that in the beginning. So as we're thinking about inspiring others, I'm talking fairly briefly here today. So I'm just bringing up 3 principles that you might want to consider, and I'll dive into each of these in more depth. But that's being a positive role model, meeting people where they are, and building bridges of connection. So let's start with being a positive role model. Sometimes we underrate the importance of this in being able to inspire others towards change, but this is often the biggest one. How we appear, how we act, the type of person we are, this has more influence on others than almost anything we could say. You know, or if we say things, but we're not coming across in a positive and uplifting and healthy way, it's not going to land as well as when we're embodying the very message and lifestyle that we're hoping to encourage in others. So just knowing that even in the times that you're not actually saying anything, people are still watching your example. And so when you're healthy and positive, and how you handle things and in the way you live, and you embody something that other people want, you know, this fountain of youth that this webinar today is all about, whatever your age, as you show that you're progressing through life in a way that is embracing all of life in mind, body, and spirit, that is often the biggest way to actually have an impact on starting to inspire others. The next principle is meeting people where they are. This one is really important because I think we all like sometimes want to share why people should change just from our own perspective. You know, you should change for this reason, and don't you know about this or that, you know, and we might launch into everything that we're learning. I've certainly done that, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. But when you're wanting to help someone move in a new direction, sometimes being aware of these different variables can help you have more success and having an impact. And so the first one that I have listed here is readiness for change. Where are they at in terms of readiness for change? And one model that I find really helpful for thinking about this is what's called the trans-theoretical model of change, which is a long word for the stages of change model. It was created by Prochaska and Di Clemente many years ago. It's a helpful model that's used a lot of times in health behavior change and other kinds of behavior change. And basically the steps in the model are going from pre-contemplation, where you're not thinking about change at all, to contemplation, where you're starting to think about it, but you're on the fence about making a change, still ambivalent. And then something happens and maybe you have decided to take that change on, you're in preparation. And then that leads into action, where you actually are now doing the change, whatever that change is. And then maintenance, because change doesn't just happen without us having a plan in place to maintain it. So you might think about, where is this person that I'm talking to at on this readiness for change to a plant-based lifestyle? If they're a hardcore meat eater and not at all even thinking about it, you know, they're still in pre-contemplation. And that doesn't mean you can't have an influence on them, but you might approach it differently than you would someone that's already interested and wants resources from you. So that pre-contemplation person, maybe you're just wanting to kind of really be aware, you know, first be that role model, like we talked about in the last slide, but also be aware of their interests and concerns, because maybe you can say or do something that will meet where they're at. Like maybe they have a concern about a health issue, that would be your entry point to get their interest. Maybe they're a person that's really concerned about the environment or food availability issues. Just starting where they are and being able to kind of offer tidbits of information or stories that might start to get their interest. And that might spark them to move more towards contemplation, where they'd be a little bit more open to even more information. And then also be aware of their style of learning. You know, some of us like videos, some of us like podcasts, some of us like to read, some like books, some like articles. So just be aware, like what kind of information would they most respond to, like a little short video or a documentary. So those are things you might consider when you're meeting people where they are to start to spark some interest for them. And then the third principle is building bridges of connection. You know, learning rarely happens when we feel threatened or unsafe. You know, think about changes you've made in your own life. You didn't usually make a lasting change because someone beat you over the head with an idea or said, shamed you or made you feel like a bad person. Usually we change because something hits something inside of us and it feels like the right thing for us to do. And change requires learning because, and especially plant-based eating. I mean, think about it. Plant-based eaters are still the minority in culture. And so it requires learning a whole new way of thinking about eating because the media doesn't really teach us to eat this way. So you're having to go against everything that you learned growing up and that is being kind of broadcast by the media. You're having to go to learn new skills, new ways of eating, and having to be different than your social circle often. So it's a big learning curve to go to a plant-based lifestyle. And for some of us, we have that big aha moment that just makes it easy. We just connect with a strong enough why, we just move right into it. But that's not how everybody changes. And so if you're talking to someone that maybe doesn't change in that dramatic way, and they're just starting to open to the idea of plant-based eating, you want to create a safe space. And so some of the ways that we do that, because learning happens when we feel our nervous system is not all revved up in fight or flight, but we're actually calm and connected. So when you're talking to someone, and maybe wanting to share some information about plant-based eating or hoping to open up some curiosity in that area, internally clarify your own intentions before you communicate. Because when you think about what do I hope to communicate here and what do I want for my relationship with this person, it's going to help you communicate in a better way than if you just speak off the top of your head and really don't have any intentionality about it. So just simply by being curious inside, like, what is it I want to communicate here? And what's a way to express that best? That's going to help you come more from the heart and kind of your more emotional, wise brain rather than, maybe the more reactive part of you, which, believe me, we've all done it, including me. And then learning skills of healthy relating. I'll share a few books that really share the skills for healthy relating, but I just think it's an area where we all can grow. It's not modeled in our society. When you see how people communicate in the political realm and other places, it's not modeling that healthy relating that is respectful and creates connection and mutual understanding, because really the goal of communication is a mutual understanding. And that means you understanding them too. Even if you're hoping they'll change, if you don't understand where they're coming from, it's going to really be hard to share something that's going to land for them. And positive messages, what's been positive in your life about this lifestyle? Share that and encourage them for any steps they're taking that are in a good direction. And then, last of all, I think we talk a lot about this in the kind of the plant-based community, is the idea of planting seeds, because again, some of us have that dramatic sudden change, but for most of us, there were seeds planted along the way before that change happened. And I know for myself, like I wasn't really aware of the seeds planted initially. I just saw the change when it happened. But later I looked back and I saw that, yeah, there were different seeds. There were people I met that kind of planted a seed. I wasn't ready to change at that time. But those earlier seeds made me ready when the right moment came. So just know that even if a person doesn't change in the moment you have a conversation with them, maybe something is being planted that might make them ready a little later. So as you think about these three principles of being a positive role model, meeting people where they are, and building bridges of connection, think of a person you'd like to inspire and how you might apply one or two of those ideas with them sometime in the next week or so. These are a few books that I have found helpful for communication. I do have books listed on my website, and I'll give that in a moment for resources like this. But Melanie Joy, Dr. Melanie Joy's work, of course, is always very inspiring. And she is a great resource for tools for healthier communication, especially between vegans and those in our life that are not vegan. So her books, Beyond Beliefs and Getting Relationships Right, are both highly recommended for better communicating in relationships. In the bottom two books, Crucial Conversations and You Can Change Other People, are more general communication books, but very helpful for just principles of effective and healthy relating and the kind of the psychology behind relating to others and communicating. So here is my contact information. If anybody wanted to reach out to me via my website, angelacrawfordphd.com. And again, I write a blog. So at any rate, my blog and my YouTube channel are about things like thriving with a plant-based lifestyle, and also the mind-body-spirit transformation that people have. Because in my book research, what I share is, some of these transformative experiences that people have had since being vegan and plant-based, and how we each can experience that ourselves. So that's the end of my formal kind of presentation. I'll stop sharing here.
Oh, thank you very much, Angela. You have a book also coming out?
Yes, it will be out next year. It's still it's with the publisher right now. And so I'm waiting to hear back about editing and formatting of it and all of that. And so I won't even say the title yet, because until they tell me for sure that that's, yes, they're on with it.
Okay.
But it's about transformation with a vegan plant-based lifestyle in mind, body, and spirit, and how living aligned with our values and our compassion brings us all these positive things like empowerment over our health and greater peace of mind and authentic fulfillment.
Excellent. I had Dr. Melanie Joy here as a speaker. And afterwards, we had the vegan lasagna with a group of people. So it was wonderful. But anyway, yeah, she's one of my favorites also. Yes. And one thing I would like to know is, did you come to this from a health point, or was it from the animal point first, or what happened? How did you get into this psychological part in the beginning? Did you have to go thinking about health first, and then later you became aware of the animal situation?
No, I think for me, it was definitely the ethics. I mean, it started with the entry point in was when I saw that special about the workers, but it very quickly went to the animals. Once I kind of had that awakening that, my food doesn't just show up in a package in the grocery store. There's a whole process that it goes through to get there. And why I wouldn't have been aware of that before, I guess like for all the reasons all of us aren't, what Dr. Melanie Joy teaches about, we're conditioned in our society to believe certain animals are food, and we just don't question it. And I think seeing that special and just thinking about the injustice to the workers, it just made me start thinking in general about, how do I feel about how this food is produced? And then when I realized it's a real sentient being, and then as I read more, it just, I couldn't feel okay with eating it. It just no longer could I see it as food. It wasn't food anymore. It was this as if it were a dog or a cat. And, I just, couldn't do it. And so it really was for ethical reasons. The health was just a blessing that came alongside it when I learned that, wow, I'm not going to hurt my health by eating this way. You know, as much as society tries to teach you that you would, I'm actually going to be healthier. I'm actually going to, you know, maybe avoid this family history of heart disease. So that was an added bonus. And, you know, it was a real blessing. But I think what's really kept me first vegetarian and then vegan was thinking about the animals, because probably if I had a health issue, that would be more of a driving force. But since so far I've been blessed to avoid anything serious in that area, the compassion for animals is what got me there and keeps me there.
Well, I found that most people come first for health reasons.
Oh,
You know, there's something happened, which is kind of sad because they have to wait until they're older and they have some sort of event, a stroke, a mini stroke, diabetes, so often diabetes, but they have to come to that health issue first before they realize they need to make a change. And I know that happened to me, but it happened to me together with the animals in one sentence. So I was easy. But I had so many things wrong with me first, right? And so when people don't ever come to me, oh, I heard about the animals, I got to stop. They come to me with a health issue.
Well, I think you're speaking to something important, Linda, because I'm with you there. First of all, I mean, if we become vegan for the animals, usually that is that light bulb moment where, you know, it doesn't require so much help. It does require some help because it's still socially and emotionally hard sometimes to live differently than the majority of people around you. But yes, I'd say most people I meet in just common society around me, it is for health reasons that they're drawn to this. And that I think is important because we've never had this many chronic diseases like the heart disease and diabetes at the level that they are now. And knowing, for example, that the blue zones, you know, when people live according to the blue zones principles, they don't have this level of disease that we're facing. But there is an option to, you know, through lifestyle changes and most strongly our nutrition to be able to change that. So in fact, you know, I know you're a Food for Life instructor, Linda, and that I just applied to become one in my local community because I think that is the way I can connect most with people around me is through food and through health.
They like to eat. Everybody likes to eat. Yeah. So, and making it taste good is important. I know Colin Campbell said when he was first going plant-based, his wife was a great cook. So he loved it from the beginning. So if you have a cook in your family or you're a great cook, it really helps to move right into it because it's so tasty to you. But not everybody's a cook, you know. But anyway, but you learned how to cook. I mean, you just changed your life around.
Yeah, so if someone would have known me before and now, it is really funny because I wasn't domestic really in any way. You know, my mother gave me safety pins instead of a sewing kit because I wasn't into sewing, and it was similar with cooking. I just, you know, I grew up and it's the family joke that I was the M&M kid when I was really little because I just loved chocolate so much. And I still do like dark chocolate. It just doesn't have dairy in it. It's a smaller amount.
Exactly. Well, like we have to give up chocolate. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I've come to love to cook. I realized later that I didn't like handling meat. I hadn't known that, but I've found that when I worked with plants and spices and herbs and all these really amazing ingredients, it was a whole new experience for me. And I'm really grateful. I mean, it's changed my life in ways I just couldn't have imagined. I feel like I found a deeper part of my purpose as well through it.
Yes. Well, I completely turned off my family. I mean, not all of them. I have one son who's a vegan, but I've completely turned them off. So I'm going to have a separate counseling session with you because I was trying to plant seeds, but I was trying to plant them too quickly and too much. And so for 36 years now, even though from my 80th birthday, they did give me a wonderful vegan meal, huge, beautiful meal. They refuse to take a look at this whole thing and why I'm doing it. They don't seem to want to care. So I'm going to have a private session with you, Angela, and see what we can do to going forward, because really you can overdo it with people, and I certainly did that. I would try to show them videos when they weren't ready. They didn't want to see even the health videos, let alone the animal ones. I didn't show them the animal ones, just the health ones, but it was too much. So I think other people have this problem too with their families, and I really have to figure out how to not say anything for maybe years. Nothing at
Well,
all.
it's really hard.
Mm.
With family, we already have dynamics in place. And so I interviewed some people where they were able to encourage their family to go whole food plant-based, and their whole family changed, and it was amazing. But for not all of us does that work. So kind of realize if your family seems really closed off to that possibility, not to push it, because then it becomes all about that and they lose track of their connection with you,
Yeah.
and
I
and
could
if they
lose them.
do,
I could lose them as
yeah.
family members. Yeah.
And then if sometime they do want to change, they're going to feel like you're there for them rather than like, oh, I told you so. Kind of, it can be their own discovery, but it's not easy. I get where you're coming from. I can relate.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
So,
and yeah.
Dr.
I'm
Crawford.
sorry, I hope I didn't interrupt you, but if I am looking at some comments from people, and if I may add those in. Angela, do you remember the name of the documentary that you initially watched about workers in slaughterhouses?
I wish it was a documentary, but unfortunately it was just a feature on a PBS program, like almost like a news program where they just had a segment, and it was back in December 2006. So I tried to look for it once on PBS and I couldn't find it. I wish there was a documentary, and maybe there is, and I don't know about it. So I wish I could answer that, but I don't have any answers on that one.
Okay, and well, and maybe we can share that in our community. So everybody watching, please do join our free community at wedidit.health, and we'll continue these conversations there. Also, we've had a couple people asking about the ebook, and the link to download the ebook is also in the chat. So anybody looking for Angela's ebook that we're offering for free, please check the chat and you can pick up a link for it there. So that's, I think, all I have at the moment.
Thank you.
Sorry. You're welcome. And thank you both, Angela and Linda. I'm so loving this conversation. So,
Well, I was
and so
honored to be
are from the
invited.
comments, everybody's liking it too. So thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like using movies a lot too, Angela, to help people. I usually start with that. I say,
Mhm.
watch the movies and then email me. What the Health, Cowspiracy,
Yes.
the Game Changers. If it's an athlete, I definitely say the Game Changers. And Forks Over Knives is still one of my very favorites too. And so, yeah, that's Darla talked about that. Yeah, I do. I have those movies as my first step usually.
Yes.
And if they don't watch the movie, then I know they're not ready, right? And then they never contact me again. So, but the ones who do bother to watch it, they usually want to know something after that. I think
Yeah.
those help a lot too.
I do think, well, I don't know of any documentaries about the workers per se. Like I know on sentient media, they sometimes have articles about things like that because it's a human justice issue too, as well as an animal justice issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot of
I liked You Are What You Eat and The Game Changers. Those were both really good ones on Netflix.
Dr. Crawford, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So, as a relatively young individual, it's beautiful to know the benefits of whole food plant-based lifestyle. It's very encouraging to move away from meat and dairy as soon as possible. It's a good feeling that in the early stages of our life, we recognize this. But at the same time, it puts us in a big conflict. It's ignorance is bliss, as they say, to live blissfully with the ignorance. But suddenly, when you have the information around you and you have a lot of fears ahead in your life, living becomes difficult to know, to recognize what's happening to the animals, what kind of system we are living in, what we have been conditioned to believe in. And at that time, I recognize, at least that's what I've seen, many individuals become disturbed and also resentful towards the whole world around them. What would you suggest to these people?
Mhm. Yeah, it's hard. And I think many of us go through stages on our vegan journey. And especially if we are aware of what happens to the animals, and that's part of our reason for being vegan. You know, you realize it's just this large scale suffering and a violent system that, you know, again, before I awakened to it, I didn't really think about it or realize how horrific the system was that animals live in. And I certainly didn't know about factory farming. So, so as we awaken to that, you know, we go through stages of coming to terms with that, almost like stages of grief in a way, you know, and we can go through, you know, at first we were sort of in denial, and then we're kind of we might go through depression, and then we might go through a stage of anger, and not necessarily in this order. It might be different for each of us. So it's, first of all, it's normal to feel angry about injustice. That's a normal feeling to have. It's also normal to feel sad and grief about it sometimes. Those are also normal feelings to have. But what I'd encourage people, and again, this isn't easy, is not to just act from the feelings that they're having, but rather to like include some self-care in there. Because if we don't kind of process our feelings, find safe spaces, maybe people who understand to talk them through and work through them, we're going to sometimes speak out of anger in a way that's not as effective and not having the impact we'd like to have. So having people you can talk to about what you're feeling and find safe ways to work through those feelings, like talking them through, processing them, and then from there, finding the wisest way to act that's going to have the impact that we want to have. Because really, ultimately, we're wanting to create change, not to just vent out our feelings in the moment, which is an understandable thing, but not always an effective thing.
Exactly. I think that is the point. You need to do this for them. You can't just demand something from people. You can't just say, hey, this is what you should do, because that backfires every time. I know from great experience, unfortunately. But I agree with you. I think cooking for people, I know somebody who started just, I think it was Victoria, who started just feeding people, you know, start opening up her kitchen and feeding people. What a fast way to get people on board to a healthier eat, no matter what age they are. So I'm really proud to know you, Dr. Angela Crawford, and I hope everybody will look up her work and wait for her new book to come out too. And thank you so much for your expertise today. It's just fabulous.
When I saw the lineup of speakers, it was so inspiring to me. These are all like my teachers. And so I was so honored to come, you know, because I'm really passionate about this lifestyle and bringing together like the wisdom of psychology to help create a healthier, more compassionate world where more people can live this fountain of youth that you're celebrating today. So thank you.
Thank you so much again. It's really an honor to have you here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think it's time for Dr. Neal Barnard, right? Is it time yet or not?
Yes,
we have a second part. Or is it time for Barnard? I'm not sure.
Yes, Dr. Barnard.
Okay. So there he is. Oh, hi, Dr. Barnard. Thank you so much for being here. What an honor. I got to see you not long ago, so that was a great experience for me. I'd like to introduce you to, so many people know you. You know, I was handing our flyer around with our panelists and everybody goes, oh, I know him. You are so well liked. So anyway, I think so many people show up because of you and your work. You're like the king of the plant-based world. I mean, you've been doing this for a very long time. Would you mind telling us how you got started into even caring about this plant-based eating? What happened? Oh, we don't hear you. Your sound needs to go up.
Well, that's a fine thing. Can you can't hear me?
Yeah, now you're good. Now you're good.
Okay, very good. Well, I can you hear me all right now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Linda, first of all,
Can
let me
you
say
turn it
thank-
up a little bit, Dr. Neal? Turn it up a little bit.
Well, I don't know if I can, but I'm glad to try.
I mean, we can hear you. It's just not that loud.
Huh. Well, I'm embarrassed to say I'm not finding my microphone settings, but so you're saying it's still too quiet.
It's still okay, though. It's okay. It'll work.
All right. Anyway, I was just, first of all, I just want to say thank you for all that you have done to reach people and to inspire people and inform them and to get things organized so that there are so many opportunities to get the word out. So thank you for that. And what happened in my own life, I've had lots of experiences to perhaps rethink diet, but one of the big ones for me was before I started medical school, I was working at a hospital as an autopsy assistant. And when people would arrive in the morgue and we would examine their bodies, you learn an awful lot about what kills people. And I have to say, when you see what coronary artery disease actually looks like, because you've got it in your hand, it's a motivator for you. So that was one of many things that pushed me in this direction.
You called them rusty pipes.
Yeah, you could say that. And it's one thing to hear about it, it's another thing to actually look at them directly. Yes.
And that was one reason for you start moving in this other direction, right? You started.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay. And so when you first started to do it, when you started to look into nutrition and health, did you get much pushback from the other doctors? I'm surprised you're still alive, frankly, that somebody didn't kill you for this because you're going against a huge system.
No, I don't worry about those things. I mean, first of all, you should expect a certain amount of resistance. If a person is suggesting a change in diet or a change in medication regimen or anything, I think it's understandable that people should push back a little bit, and because there's a lot of nonsense out there. There are a lot of fluky diets out there, and so I think it's quite reasonable that people should ask appropriate questions. And to this day, here in our research studies where we worked with thousands of people, or in our clinic here at the Barnard Medical Center, where we see people in person here in Washington, D.C., or we see them on telemedicine all over the place. I expect that if we make some dietary recommendations, people should have some skepticism or some pushback saying, will that really help me? And I think it's right for people to ask those questions. So no, we don't worry about that. We expect that, and that's appropriate because there are always good answers to it.
So what would be your ideas for a healthy diet and aging so people don't have to be, people are dying earlier and earlier, and they're also sick earlier. I think you said one time that even children have type 2 diabetes or something. Even younger and younger children have this. I mean, it's terrible. And obesity.
When I was in medical school, the whole idea was you had to be at least 40 to qualify for type 2 diabetes. Nowadays, you can be about 14 and you will see this. So yeah, we're seeing these things in a very problematic way.
And so that's when you started doing what? Right after you realized the difference, what did you do first?
Well, when we founded the Physicians Committee, the whole idea was that there were already people pushing for healthier diets, but they didn't really have a lot of medical credibility. So I thought we needed to bring the voice of doctors in there, and then we also started doing clinical research trials so that you could actually put diets to the test. And I think that was really an important thing.
I see. So, and the Physicians Committee, I think you have like 1 million members, right? Physicians, I think you have 1 million members and many thousands of doctors who are on board now, right? Working with you.
Yes. Yes. We have probably about, I don't know, 20,000 physicians, something like that, maybe more. And perhaps 1 million members worldwide who are folks who want to support what we're doing.
So what foods do you think are the ones we should eat for being healthy as you're young and as you age? What foods?
Well, it's
I mean, there's different kinds of plant diets, right?
yes, there are really 4 healthy food groups, and those are fruits and vegetables and whole grains and beans.
Dr. Barnard, your volume is quite on the lower side. Sorry for intervening.
All right, why don't I call my tech person and you could come back to me in a few minutes? Would that work for you?
Yes.
Or if you could guide me, forgive me, I'm a doctor, I'm not particularly good under the hood. If you know how to change my settings, I'd be more than happy to do it. I'm not entirely
You
sure
know
I
what?
how.
Shakir, he sounds better now.
Oh,
He
wait a minute.
sounds
Wait,
good, but
I think I got it. Wait a
Dr.
minute, hold
Barnard,
on.
your volume is on the lower side while Linda's volume is on.
Okay,
Now, when you
is
say
this better?
beautiful.
Is
Yes.
this better?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay, very good. All right, I apologize for that. Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Oh, perfectly.
I just put a little more fiber into my computer.
Good job. So you think fiber's it? You think that it's still fiber?
Fiber speaks loudly. Anyway, but you were asking me about what's a healthy diet. A healthy diet is one that's derived from plants. And those, I'd really put them in 4 groups, and that's vegetables and fruits and whole grains and beans. And all the products that are made from them, which are every kind of cuisine, whether it's Italian or Japanese or Chinese or Ethiopian or you name it, they all have cuisines that use these natural foods. And I would keep animal products out of the diet completely. I would minimize added oils, even though oils are way better than animal products, but they're used a lot in cooking and food preparation, and they can get in our way too. So in a nutshell, that's the way to do it. But there are a million ways of interpreting a healthy diet.
So like in the diabetes courses, we try to remove all the oil because oil can actually hurt your arteries, right? Oils.
Yeah, well, all fats and oils are mixtures. So chicken fat is a mixture. It's a mixture of some polyunsaturated fat, which is not so bad, and a little bit of monounsaturated fat, which is not so bad. And chicken fat has about 30% of it is saturated fat, which is the one that raises your cholesterol and the one that is linked to Alzheimer's disease. For beef, it's about 50% saturated fat. That's not good. So let's say I switch to olive oil. That's a good switch, because it's, instead of being 30% saturated fat, it's down to 14. Great. But if I buy a nonstick pan, it's 0. So what I'm going to suggest is that we really get away from the oils. And it's not just the fact that they have saturated fat. The fat can not only contribute to cardiovascular disease, but perhaps just as importantly, every fat gram has 9 calories. So when people have oily foods in their diet, they tend to gain weight that they don't want to have. Or if they're trying to lose weight, they have trouble with it. And fat that you eat tends to insert itself not just into our fat layers, but even inside our muscle cells or inside our liver cells. And when fat particles get inside our muscle and liver cells, they become insulin resistant. And that fat buildup inside the cells is the first step toward type 2 diabetes.
And that fatty liver disease, would you explain that? What is fatty liver disease?
Well, when people eat fatty foods, Or if you eat too much of anything, your liver can make fat out of other foods that you've eaten. Liver fat can build up, and it can build up inside the liver. And when that happens, all kinds of issues can result. That's the bad news. The good news is that when we change our diet, the fatty liver can be reduced. It can be reduced very rapidly. In our research, we measure it with a technique called magnetic resonance spectroscopy. And you look and you can see the liver is all full of fat cells, but when a person changes their diet in the way I've described, the fat starts to dissipate.
Wow, that's wonderful. So, so you have a lot of books out already, like, I don't know, 20 books or more, and you have over 100 scientific publications. So you've been busy. And you have a latest book that just came out, which is wonderful. I got to taste the food from it. It's fabulous, you guys. I mean, I think it's one of my favorite cookbooks ever. And it's such a great, inspiring book that I'm buying for everybody in my family. It's called The Power Foods Diet. So I would like you to talk about that book and how that will help people age more gracefully, because if they're eating this way, they will, right?
Oh, well, thank you for talking about that. Yes, that book actually just came out, where are we? Just about a month ago. And it was really fun to do it because there has been a shift in how people have viewed using foods for weight loss. The old-fashioned approach was just eat less. So, okay, if I'm eating 2,000 calories a day, the dietitian would sit you down and make a menu that would add up to 1,000 calories or 1,500 calories. But that approach didn't work very well. What we now know is that if you eat more of certain foods, healthy foods, you'll lose weight. Now, that's a sort of a controversial statement, but what I'm referring to is in 2015, Harvard researchers looked at more than 100,000 people. And they tracked the foods they ate and discovered that the more they ate of certain specific foods, the more weight they lost as the years went by. Exactly the opposite of what you'd think. You'd think, if I eat more of anything, even if it's healthy, I've got to gain weight. But that is not what they found. What the Harvard researchers found is that the more people ate of certain specific foods, the more weight they lost. And let me give you some of the ones they found. The top of their weight loss list was the blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, these humble little foods that everyone knows about, but nobody really kind of pays much attention to. The second group was cruciferous vegetables like broccoli and cauliflower and Brussels sprouts. And the third group was green vegetables in general, like spinach or asparagus. Then followed by the melon group was 4. That's cantaloupes, watermelons, that kind of thing. Fifth group was citrus fruits. And the sixth group was the equally neglected beans, peas, lentils, soybean products. And what my team has done is sort of tested this out to understand how is it that these foods cause weight loss. And to distill it all down really quickly, there are 3 things that these foods will do. One is that they can reduce your appetite. What I mean is you have certain ways to shut down your appetite. Certain foods will trigger, for want of a better word, trigger satiety or trigger satisfaction. So I'm done. I've eaten the right amount. I'm going to stop. And so you can stop eating maybe 200 calories sooner than you did before. The second thing is calorie trapping, where there are certain foods that go through your digestive tract, grab calories you haven't absorbed, and literally carry them down your digestive tract. You flush them down the toilet rather than absorbing them as body fat. And the third thing is boosting your metabolism. Metabolism is just this fancy word for how fast you burn calories. And if you're burning calories kind of slow and you're gaining weight as a result, you can use foods to burn calories faster. It's easy to do. So the Power Foods Diet, the whole reason that we put this together is we discovered that these are fun foods. These are enjoyable foods. So Dustin Harder took that blueberry and made blueberry syrup. And Lindsay S. Nixon, Dustin and Lindsay are the 2 recipe developers I worked with on this, and they're geniuses. Lindsay made French toast. So you take the French toast, which has cinnamon, which is a calorie burner. It stimulates metabolism. And you put on blueberries, which are juice that's similar. Similarly, you have a weight loss food disguised as America's favorite breakfast, which is French toast. Or I can make a chili I can make a pasta dish. I can make a carrot cake. I can make brownies. I can make all these things that are delicious, but they're filled with the ingredients that help you to lose weight. So you're never counting calories. You don't even have to exercise if you don't want to. Exercise is always good. I love it. I think it's really a good thing to do. And it's in its own way rejuvenating, but people lose weight even if they're not exercising.
People sometimes tell me I'm overweight, Linda, but I feel great. And my doctor says my heart's fine. And why is it important for people to be trim and not overweight, especially as they age, especially as they age?
Well, let me say, I think people can do whatever they wish to. So if a person says, I'm in the body I want to be in, it's not my job to talk them out of it. But I do think it's useful for us to understand what our risks may be. And that is something like, let's say, excess body weight. A woman does not have an increased risk of breast cancer if she's a little overweight when she's 20 or 30 or 40. But after menopause, what happens is, unfortunately, that that added weight is strongly associated with increased cancer risk. And it's also associated with all kinds of other issues, increased risk of dementia, both for women and for men later on, increased risk of diabetes, increased risk of many other forms of cancer besides breast cancer, increased risk of heart disease. You may not have a myocardial infarction in your future for this week, but when people trim away unwanted weight or excess weight, they're able to reduce their heart risks later on.
Wow, that's a really good reasons to take off the weight, especially as they're getting older too.
Mhm.
Does it have anything to do with like eyesight or anything like that? Or, hearing loss, or I don't know if
Great
it does.
question. Great question. That I don't know about either one of those, I have to say. However, it does have to do with things that might surprise you, things like your joints, or maybe that wouldn't surprise you so much. When people have excess weight, needless to say, there's weight on their hips, there's weight on their knees, but even their fingers, we see a higher risk of osteoarthritis in the fingers when people are overweight.
I also heard that when people are overweight, it can be good for their bones because they're heavy when they walk. Yeah.
Well, if you're doing weight-bearing exercise all the time, your bones will get stronger. And if you fall down and you have a lot of padding, you're less likely to break a bone. That's true.
That's true. I know.
That's not a particularly good reason to carry excess weight. I mean, let's be clear. Many people would like to lose weight, but when they've been discouraged and they've tried to lose weight and it hasn't worked so well, and they feel kind of crummy about it, sometimes people just try to resolve themselves to it and say, well, this is the body that I'm going to have. I'm kind of stuck with it, and so forth. Well, fair enough. But my suggestion is that people should at least understand, here's how you can program your body to lose weight more easily if you wish to. And I have to say the vast majority of people really do wish to once they see how it works. And plus, we're not trying to lose weight in the old-fashioned way, which is sign up for a gym membership and sweat and be miserable, cut calories so you're hungry all the time, or stop eating carbs so you can never eat fruit and you can never eat pasta or rice or potatoes or sweet potatoes. You can never have another cookie, da-da-da-da-da. That's a miserable approach. And our approach is to understand that there are foods to tame your metabolism or increase your metabolism and tame your appetite. There are foods that can do the weight loss work for you. So have breakfast, but have it be a power foods breakfast.
Exactly. I know that when I first started, and before I started, I did every kind of diet possible, Weight Watchers, starving myself to death. I would go for days not eating. And then, of course, when I did eat, I would really pile it in because I was so hungry. But none of those, my granddaughter's currently on a keto diet. I'm really afraid for her. She did lose weight because I think you lose weight because of the, what's it called? Keto, keto.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Karyn.
Oh, no, why am I'm not supposed to be on.
No, not yet. But nice to have you here.
I'm sorry.
Karyn is going to be talking later. Let's come back to Dr. Neal Barnard. Shakir, are you there?
I'm
Neal? We need Neal back.
Yes. No, I'm with you.
Oh, okay, good. But okay. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
I'm with you.
okay, good. So you you recommend having a lot of fiber in your diet because it does something to your mitochondria, right?
It's a surprising thing. If people remember their high school biology, they might remember that their muscle cells have mitochondria in them. Other cells do too. Mitochondria are your burners. So you'll once in a while hear people say, don't lose your muscle mass. Your muscles are your calorie burners. And that's true. But what really does it is inside that cell are these little mitochondria. Here's the problem. I'm going to order a big cheese pizza with little bits of salami and pepperoni on top. And as I eat that, the cheese is 70% fat. Yes, it's true. If it were any worse, it would be Vaseline. So that cheese fat goes into my muscle cells, goes inside the cell. I'm not talking about fat around my waistline. I'm not talking about hip fat or thigh fat. I'm talking about tiny fat particles that go into the muscle cells. And when the fat goes into the muscle cells, the mitochondria don't work so well anymore. Researchers have looked at this and found that within about 3 days on a high-fat diet, the mitochondria are slowed down. So what? So what is that when the mitochondria are slowed down, your metabolism means you're not burning calories anymore as the way you were before. As you have a slowed metabolism, you're accumulating more and more body fat because you can't burn them off anymore. What do? I'm going to go on a high-fiber diet, plant-based diet. And what that means is not only do I fill up sooner because fiber is very filling, but because fiber has almost no calories, there's not much fat in this diet, the fat in the muscle cells dissipates. The mitochondria are able to pull themselves out of this oil slick they've been in, and they can start burning calories again. And so your metabolism actually speeds up. We have done studies where we bring in people, put them on a low-fat, totally plant-based diet for 14 weeks. You can measure their metabolism before and after using exactly the same test meal.
Wow.
And after 14 weeks on a plant-based diet, they are burning calories substantially faster than they
Oh
were
my.
before. So, and that's why they lose weight almost automatically. So for everybody who said, I hate a diet, I don't feel like dieting, weight loss is so impossible, weight loss can be automatic if
Yeah.
we use the right foods.
I think of them as little burners inside your cell.
Yeah.
Little burners, and they activate when you eat all that fiber. Yeah, that's wonderful. And this is one of my favorite books too. I still give it to people because I know it was my addiction years ago. 36 years ago, I was so addicted to cheese, I couldn't walk by the refrigerator without taking out a whole chunk of it. So please tell us why cheese is particularly an issue.
You know, the whole reason I wrote that book, I have to say, we've been doing many research studies here, as you know. Back 21 years ago, we were funded by the National Institutes of Health to find a better diet for diabetes. And we keep the animal products out. We keep oils really low. People do great. They lose weight. In some cases, their diabetes improves so much they go off their medicines, or they need less medicine, or sometimes the diabetes just disappears. Despite all those benefits, I would hear people say, yeah, Dr. Barnard, sure, it's great to not have diabetes anymore, but gee, I miss cheese. They don't say they miss chicken. They don't say they miss a steak. They've kind of forgotten about those things. But cheese lingers on, kind of like the smell of dirty socks after your roommate moved out. Anyhow, why does it linger on somehow? And we've figured out why. Cheese, well, first of all, here's the reasons you want to break up with cheese. As I mentioned, it's 70% fat. Most of that fat is saturated fat, the kind that is bad for your heart, bad for your brain. It's got more salt than potato chips. Yes, it does. It's got hormones in it. It's got all kinds of bad stuff in it. And it just stops weight loss efforts cold. But why do we get hooked on it? Part of the reason is cheese is fatty and it's salty. Any fatty food gets addictive. I'm talking about like a French fry. It's fatty, it's salty, we can't resist it. You got to pour the ketchup on, or onion rings or potato chips. We love these things. Cheese has fat and salt, and that hits the brain. But the bigger reason is that the dairy protein, which is called casein, C-A-S-E-I-N, casein. Casein goes down your digestive tract. You break it apart. You break that protein strand apart into tiny little strands. Some of them are called casomorphins, casein-derived, morphine-like compounds, casomorphins. They are opiates that go to the very same part of the brain that a narcotic would go to, and they attach to the same receptor. And they, don't get me wrong, it's not the same as heroin, but about the strongest of the casomorphins, it's called morphoceptin. It has about 1/10 the brain receptor binding power compared to pure pharmacy grade morphine. So it's strong. It's not strong enough to get you arrested, but it is strong enough to keep you hooked. And people get hooked on cheese, just like any other kind of addictive food. The good news is when you break free from it, not only are you more likely to lose weight, your cholesterol is going to come down. That's when people often discover my joints suddenly don't hurt. My migraine suddenly went away. I feel that my skin looks better. Getting away from that dairy protein is really important. And
Oh
that's
my
what
goodness.
the cheese trap is all about.
I think it's the reason I had cancer, because I was eating mostly cheese and ice cream and yogurt and all that stuff. And then I got thyroid cancer. And I'm pretty sure the reason was all the dairy I ate, because it's of that IGF growth hormone in there, right? I think that
Yeah.
contributed.
Yeah. Dairy increases as you said, dairy increases the concentration of something called IGF-1 in the blood. But dairy also contains something else. It contains estrogen because it comes from a cow. And the cow makes an estrogen called estradiol that gets in the milk and gets in the cheese. And every dairy serving you had estradiol in it. And there were 2 huge studies that recently came out that have been very telling. One was the China Kadoorie Biobank study, where they looked at more than 500,000 people and found it was a perfect research environment because China does not have a dairying tradition. It's just, I mean, cheesecake is not the thing at a Chinese restaurant. But China has been changing. And now about maybe 1 in 5 women in China eats dairy products on a regular basis. What these researchers did is they found that the people consuming dairy had a marked increase in their breast cancer rates. Breast cancer rates for people consuming just 1 cup of dairy a day, breast cancer rates were doubled in this group. Similarly, in the US, among Seventh-day Adventists, fairly homogeneous group, non-smoking teetotalers, but the vegans in this group who never consume dairy have very low rate of breast cancer. The more you bring dairy into the diet, the higher the breast cancer rates go.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, Linda, I was looking in the chat and somebody said soy isn't healthy because it has estrogens that could be bad for men. Do you mind if I tackle that for a second?
Please do. Please do.
Okay. If anybody is texting or emailing or talking to somebody else, let me just have your attention for about 90 seconds because I want to undo a really bad myth, if you don't mind. The whole idea is that soy has estrogens in it and that'll cause breast cancer in women, or in a man will cause man boobs. That inartful term that sometimes comes out in the locker room. Here's the story. The soy contains isoflavones. Isoflavones reduce breast cancer risk in women. They don't increase it, they do the opposite. Now, they were originally, when they were discovered, people thought that they might increase the risk of breast cancer because the isoflavones attach to estrogen receptors. And so people thought, wow, estradiol attaches to estrogen receptors, it causes cancer. But the isoflavones do the opposite. Women who consume the most soy have about 30% less risk of breast cancer compared to women who avoid soy. So it turns out that the reason why may be that there are 2 different kinds of estrogen receptors. One is the gas pedal on cancer, the other is the brake on cancer. Estrogen receptor alpha, that is where estradiol attaches. Think of that as the gas pedal. Estrogen receptor beta, that's where the isoflavones from soy preferentially attach. Think of that as the brake. You with me? So the more soy a woman consumes, the lower her risk of developing breast cancer. If she has breast cancer already and the doctor said to her, you've got breast cancer, I read on the internet that soy somehow is bad for you, don't eat soy. That well-intentioned but ill-informed doctor has just condemned her to a much higher risk of recurrence. Women who have breast cancer, who now start eating more soy, cut their risk of recurrence by about 25%. So soy is great. Finally, for men, Soy does not cause man boobs. It does not cause feminization at all. And if you want to prove this to yourself, go to the beach. You go to the beach on a hot August day, and there's a guy pulling off his t-shirt, and he's kind of heavy set, and he's got some breast enhancement there. Go right up to him and say, "Excuse me, how much tofu have you eaten this week?" He will tell you, "I don't eat tofu. What are you talking about? I eat pizza. I eat burgers, all this kind of stuff." What has happened to this man? The reason that he has man boobs is that he's eating high-fat foods that cause weight gain. Body fat, when you accumulate more body fat turns your testosterone into estrogens.
Yeah.
Body fat, but a body fat cell is not just a bag of calories. A body fat cell is an active metabolizing part of your body. And in a man's body, testosterone goes into the fat cell and the fat cell converts it to estrogen. So the more burgers you eat and the more you increase your body fat, you're going to have more and more and more estrogen in your blood and less testosterone. Now you can blame the tofu, but that had nothing to do with it. And you can go to the doctor and get a prescription for low T. You know, you've got low T, a wonderfully invented disease. You can get a testosterone prescription, but before you do that, why don't you just change your diet? Get the animal products out, keep the oils really low. As you lose their body fat, your testosterone will not be converted so much to estrogen. You will have the testosterone that Mother Nature wanted you to have. Those man boobs are going to go away.
That is wonderful. Thanks so much. Everybody's confused about that one. They really, the dairy industry must be talking about soy that way, and to get us to not like, I don't know who's doing it, but it's terrible information. Also, people, you know, the age-old question, the first question that we vegans get is, where do you get your protein? My Russian boy on here just asked that question. He's from Moscow, and he just asked, where do you get your protein?
Yeah, you get your protein from the same place that the biggest animals in the world get it. I mean, an elephant or a giraffe or a stallion or a bull or a cow, or all these animals are vegan. Where are they getting protein? Plants have protein. And to back up, protein is something you need to build muscles, to build body structures, to build hormones, lots of things. And if you looked at a protein molecule under a powerful microscope, it would look like a string of beads. The string of beads that make up that protein strand, each bead is called an amino acid. And there are certain ones your body can't make. You need to get them from food. It's essential to get them from food. So they're called the essential amino acids. Now, in the 1950s, people would say, well, meat and eggs and dairy, they have all the essential amino acids, but plants are missing some. So it's hard to get protein from plants. Stop. Rewind. Researchers have discovered the following thing. All plants have all the essential amino acids. Yes, they do. All plants have all the essential amino acids. Now, don't get me wrong. You don't want to eat just one plant anyway. You want a diversity of foods from plants to get good overall complete nutrition. But if you're getting a diversity of plants, you're going to get not only good nutrition, but you're going to get all the protein you ever need. So that elephant, that giraffe, that stallion is a vegan. They're eating plants and they are building muscle, and you will too. However, you're not going to build muscle if you don't get a little bit of exercise. You know, give your muscles a reason to grow. So yeah, there you go. Look at that. That's what you need. So there you have it.
Thank you so much. That was always the first question we get.
May I, Linda, may I interrupt here for a minute? There's several questions from our audience that I would love to have an opportunity to ask Dr. Barnard here. So first one, and I have about a half dozen here and we're running out of time. So Darla's asking, are there any health benefits to olive oil?
Well, it looks really nice in your hair, I have to say. It gives your hair a nice sheen. Oh, you mean if you eat it?
You eat it.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Okay. Yes, I think so. I think we did a study where we compared a Mediterranean diet to a vegan diet. The vegan diet was far better for weight loss and dramatically better for lipid lowering, for cholesterol lowering. But we did find that the Mediterranean diet was actually slightly better for blood pressure lowering. And I'm guessing that's probably from polyphenols in olive oil. But there's a big disadvantage to olive oil. A couple of big disadvantages. It's got 14% of it is saturated fat. That's not going to help your cholesterol level. And all of it is fat. So it's 9 calories in every gram, and it's going to make it really hard to lose weight. So my suggestion is that you go to the fancy store that's selling the olive oil, walk past the bottles and say, where are the olives? Let me just buy some olives. And then it's got the fiber and the pulp, and you'll get the benefit of the olive without it being all concentrated.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Thank you. Robin is asking, would you please repeat the name of your latest book?
Oh, thank you. It's called The Power Foods Diet. And the Power Foods Diet, oh, there it is. The Power Foods Diet is everywhere. It's on Amazon and Target and Barnes and Noble. And if there's a bookstore in your neighborhood, it's there too. And by the way, you notice that picture that Linda is holding up? That's by Dustin Harder, who is a recipe developer and also photographer. And the pictures are about 2 inches away from being food porn, I have to say. The whole idea was to really have people enjoy the idea of eating again. So it focuses on weight loss. Thank you there. Thanks for that question.
You also have oh, go ahead, Peter.
Oh, I'm sorry if we may, we are running out of time. So somebody was asking about intermittent fasting.
I think it's okay. Now, people do it in different ways. Sometimes people will say, okay, I'm just going to call it quits at 6 o'clock at night. And I'm not going to eat until the next morning. If that's intermittent fasting, fair enough. Some people say, I'm going to take 2 days a week. And on those days, I'm going to eat less. I think that's okay too. The only danger, though, is when you start to anticipate the fast. So it's Thursday, and I know tomorrow I'm going to start fasting. If you find yourself eating a little bit more before the fast begins, and also a whole lot more on, when the fast ends, pretty soon people discover the fasting isn't working anymore. So be careful.
Beautiful. Thank you. Let me see what else. We have the keto diet. Stuart was asking about the keto diet.
Yeah, I would avoid it. The keto diet says that carbohydrates are the big problem. Carbohydrates have only 4 calories per gram. The problem with carbohydrate like bread or potato is not the bread or the potato. It's what we put on them. So the potato comes out of the oven, and on goes the butter and the sour cream and the cheese doodles and bacon bits, and that's where the calories are.
Okay. Well, thank you. And we are running out of time. I know we have other questions, and for everybody in our audience, thank you so much for your engagement, and certainly we're all such huge fans of you, Dr. Barnard. Linda, back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Neal Barnard. You are my hero.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful information. You are the reason people are living well, and I thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Now we have another hero, Dr. Klaper.
Yes.
So Linda, over to you.
Dr. Klaper, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Hi. Thank you so much for being here. I'm honored that you're here with us today. It is so wonderful because we have a lot of people in this world who aren't doing so well, especially as they age. They're not active anymore, and they're spending a lot of time in the doctor's office and taking all kinds of medications, and it just seems like a very horrible way to live the last part of your life. It just seems unfair, really. And somebody in the chat already said, we seniors are already seem less important in life. I find ever since I let my hair grow gray, people don't listen to me as much anymore. And I think that's a societal thing. And I know I don't have any problems with that because I have so much purpose in my life. But tell me, how did you start with this, and how did you get to a healthy diet yourself? What happened to your career? What got you going on this? I
Oh,
know
my.
that you were
Yeah,
in Vancouver General Hospital, correct?
I did my internship there, and went into general practice, and well, thought I'd be just a suburban general practitioner working in emergency rooms every Friday night, and thought that would be my career. But I found myself after 4 years of general practice, I found myself a complete failure. My patients were just getting more obese, their blood pressures are going up, their diabetes getting worse, my doses of medications are getting higher. And I'm getting calls to the emergency room that Joe's in with a heart attack and Mary's in with a big stroke, despite my chasing all their numbers, trying to get those blood pressures down, those blood sugars down. And I felt like such a failure that I left general practice and decided to become an anesthesiologist. And did a couple of years of anesthesia training and found myself on the cardiovascular anesthesia service. And similar to Dr. Barnard, who saw those arteries on the autopsy table, here I was seeing these clogged up arteries on the operating table as the surgeons are pulling this yellow gunk out of their arteries called atherosclerosis. And there are already studies in the book showing that this is basically the fat of the animals these people are eating. Well, I had a very personal interest. My father died of clogged arteries. Back then, he was already showing signs of pain in his legs when he walked and pain in his chest. I know I've got those genes, and I knew if I didn't change my diet, I was going to be my body on that table with that striker saw going up my sternum, and I sure didn't want that. I saw those people when they woke up; they're very uncomfortable. And there was already studies, reports in the medical journals that a whole food plant-based diet will actually melt this plaque away. And so decided to listen to the voices I was receiving in the operating room there. And I changed my diet to a plant-based one. Well, my body loved it. Within 6 weeks, a 20-pound spare tire of fat melted off my waist. My high blood pressure went to normal. My high cholesterol went to normal. I felt great waking up in a nice lean body every day. And at that point, you can't unring the bell. You know, the lights were flashing. It's the food, it's the food, it's the food. And at that point, I realized I didn't want to be an anesthesiologist and spend my career literally putting people to sleep. I'd rather go back to general practice and help them wake up, right? And so I did, much to my parents' dismay. I had 6 months to go in my anesthesia residency. And
Oh.
do you know the money you're giving up by that? But it was no longer in truth. I'm a GP in my heart, and I'm a primary care physician. I really wanted to help my patients get healthier. And as much as I respect and reverence the field of anesthesia, thank heavens for those people who can work that magic and get us through surgery painlessly. It was no longer my calling. I knew I was going into it as a form of running away. And at this point, I needed to turn around and confront the truth of health and disease and diet and my own medical journey. And so I went back to general practice, found some people in my area who could give plant-based cooking lessons, and my patients, the overweight, diabetic, hypertensive, clogged up patients who were at a teachable moment, I said, go see my friends, the plant-based teachers, eat their food, learn how to make a simple breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and start eating like that, and come back and see me in a month. Let's see if you're not leaner and healthier. And of course, everyone who could follow that type of eating plan got the same benefits. They got leaner and their blood pressures came down, their cholesterol came down, and I was able to get them off their medications. And at that point, once you look behind the curtain, you can't pretend you don't know what's behind the curtain. It's clearly, in fact, I have a plaque made up in my office that says it's the food. It's been the food all along. It's been the food all along. All these people go to this diet and that diet and high protein, low protein. It's the food. It's been the food all along. If you just take the advice, as Dr. Barnard was saying, and eat what every gorilla, buffalo, elephant, giraffe, fuels their magnificent body on plant-based foods, you get the same benefit. You wind up in a lean, healthy body, and you stay out of the clutches of people like me with MD after their name, which I really wish for all your viewers there.
Well, how old were you when you made that change back to the GP?
Right. I was, let's see, about 33, 34 years old.
Oh, and now you are,
Now in July 19th, I will be 77. And I
woo,
feel, yay, let's hear for the 70s.
beautiful.
Turning
So
70 didn't hurt a bit.
all these years you've been helping people now eat the right food so that they get well. And that must be
Yes.
very satisfying to have your patients get well rather
Oh,
than
it's,
remain sick.
I'm the happiest doctor I know. My patients get healthy. I mean, that's what every doctor strives for. Well, it's routine for my patients.
I have a quote from you. It says, the highest role of the physician is as a teacher.
Absolutely. The word doctor comes from the same derivation as doctrine, as teachers. We are basically teachers, and we interpret what the body is saying to us, the patient's body, and then we teach what needs to be done to bring that body back into a state of health. It's basically teaching. And I'm a natural born teacher, so I just love it. This role as well. I do more teaching than suturing these days, which is fine.
That's wonderful. So as happens to me, I'm sure happens to you, people don't start to even think about this new diet until they get sick. Something happens, a TIA, a stroke, diabetes, or they don't come in for obesity very much, do they?
No, they don't. It's been
No,
very
they should,
dismaying to me to see
but
the
it seems like some major thing has to happen. So then people are not aging well because I'm 80 now, so I feel better now at 80 than I was when I was 44. I was so sick,
same here.
heart disease and cancer and everything, just obesity, and I was an aerobic instructor. Anyway, so it's the food. Like I said, it had to be the food. So how do you get people to change their food? What do you say to them or do to them? Or you just tell them to watch a movie, or what do you do?
Well, your previous speakers there really covered the topic very well, especially Dr. Crawford. Bless her for the wonderful work she's doing. And she's really laid out some basic steps. And I'm in complete agreement with what she said. In fact, I downloaded her ebook, and because she was pitch perfect in the points
Yeah.
where you got to, respect people. Everybody's on their journey. And if the 40-year-old plant-based me appeared in the life of my 21-year-old me, say, you ought to eat plant-based. Ooh, I wasn't ready to hear that message. And you've got to respect people, but also don't waver from the truth that you know is working. And as she's saying, the first thing, do it yourself. Be a good example. If I walked into the exam room with a big pot belly and a pocket full of pills, and tell my patients, and a cigarette hanging from my lips, telling my patients, you ought to live a healthier life, they dismiss you. And so the most important thing, again, do it yourself. And as we were talking about the people who don't get respected as they age, it doesn't matter. Do it yourself. You're in this life, you're going through once, may get as much happiness and fulfillment as you can. And they'll do what they're going to do, but you need to be truthful to yourself. So that that's where first the tenet. And second is find out where they are on that continuum. Are they pre-contemplative? Are they thinking about it? Have they heard something? Are they starting to make their change? Wherever they are, be supportive, and because everybody is what he is, and so they won't come back to you if they feel that finger's wagging at them. But
Yeah.
listen, I've been there and express some empathy for them. We all grew up eating meat and dairy. Your mother didn't know, my mother didn't know, and it was just part of the culture. And those people who can break through that, it's a noble, heroic journey, but it's not often an easy one if there isn't support around you. So be so supportive presence to everybody who can. And then make the food taste great.
Yeah.
A good forkful of vegan tofu lasagna goes a long way towards clinching the argument there. If they say, "Oh, that's Mexican chili with beans with no meat. Oh, I could eat that." you change their life. And so there's steps, and no, you're not going to change everybody all at once, but change yourself and be a helpful presence to change the people around you.
Do you have patients who start and then quit?
For sure.
Yeah.
And it's usually social reasons. It's not nutritional.
Yeah.
The people at home aren't supportive. The people at work make fun of them. They don't like being the odd man out at the restaurant. You have to order something special. There's all sorts of social pressures. And as Dr. Barnard said, that fat and salt and sugar tastes great on the tongue. And the thought of giving that up, boy, that cheese, calls to me.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so, right. So it's not an easy society. It's not a supportive society to make this change. But if the society wants to survive, it's the change they have to make. And that's why we're doing programs like this today.
Exactly. Do you think I know you and Dr. Barnard also considered the ethical side? Do you think that has a big impact on your life and also your clients and helping people get well? Do you ever talk about that with them, or is that just kept for you?
Oh, what a perceptive and beautiful question, because on so many levels, because again, I'm a physician. People usually come to me through the health door. There, as you say, some event has happened. They get a lab result back, or they get a physical symptom, and what do I need to do? Fair enough. But in your follow-up question, many people fall off the wagon after a few months. They're feeling better, whatever, and there's no support. And they suffer usually the health reversals that go along with that. But I find the people who stay on a plant-based diet, is usually not for their cholesterol level. It's because they've learned about the plight of the animals. They've learned about the plight of the earth as we cut down the forest to make grazing land and cropland to grow animal flesh. And they grieve for this loss. They grieve for their children and their grandchildren's future on this planet due to our meat eating, the cost of the meat-based diet. And those poor animals that are in those anonymous sheds scattered across the countryside, across this nation, the hundreds of millions of cows and pigs and chickens and lambs and goats that are condemned to these miserable lives. I carry them on my shoulder here. I can't pretend I don't know what's happening there. Once you see it, you see it. And the thought of me going into McDonald's and ordering a hamburger, knowing the suffering that goes into it, it's no matter what it does to my body, I can't do that any longer. And so I find the people who stay vegan are a lot of them, if you really ask, it's for the animals or for the planet or for their grandchildren, and just for not wanting to contribute to violence in their lives. So those are the overriding concerns that certainly keep me vegan, and so many others as well.
Well, I fell in love with you when you came here to speak in Sacramento, and you had one slide with a cow with a tear. And I went, oh, this is my kind of doctor. Boy, this is my kind of doctor. And I thank you so much for that time when you came here. And then I knew that you were a compassionate doctor as well, not just for food and health, but also for the whole world, for the animals and for the earth. So like you said, our grandchildren have an earth, because right now we're using so much of the earth to grow and raise food and or animals that we don't even have enough food to feed the world, because we're taking up all the space for no reason at all, except to make us fat and sick. That's what it does. Fat and sick. And so thank you. Let's see, what time is it? Oh, we have a few more. Does anybody have any questions?
Linda,
yes.
I did note some questions here. So Dr. Klaper, somebody here says, my 50-year-old mother has gallbladder stones, vaginal fibrosis, and diabetes. I've transitioned her to a plant-based and dairy-free diet. Doctors suggest surgery to remove the stones and prevent cancer. What is your recommendation?
Oh my, I'm really reluctant to give specific medical advice in this kind of setting. A lot depends if she's having, people can have gallstones without having any pain. If she's not having any pain, there's not a big reason to go in there and remove her gallbladder. If she's having frequent gallstone attacks, then yeah, she should probably get that gallbladder out. And the fibroids, again, if it's not bothering her, she's not bleeding, etc., the fibroids do not turn malignant by and large, so she doesn't really need to get those out. The most important thing is get down to a good healthy weight on a plant-based diet, get rid of that diabetes, and you can deal with the gallstones later, if at all.
And perhaps suggest that she see a plant-based doctor. A doctor who
Wouldn't be a
does
bad idea
understand.
I would, yes, she should
You
link
have,
up with
you
a
have,
plant-based
you have
physician.
telemedicine. You have telemedicine, correct?
Indeed, yes, there are plant-based doctors here, plant-based telehealth. The Love Life doctors are all plant-based. I would connect with one of them and have them guide you for specific decisions that have to be made.
Wonderful. I know
So
PCRM has a list of doctors, I think.
They sure do. Contact
Oh.
the PCRM clinic.
Okay,
And
wonderful.
I need to add that what I really love about your work, Dr. Klaper, and you do such amazing things. And I don't know if most people really know this, but you have this initiative to have medical schools promote nutritional studies, which is just so amazing to me that up until recently, doctors actually got their education and absolutely no nutritional studies. So how can we have a world where doctors don't understand nutrition? And so I love your initiative to do that. Can you talk about that for a minute?
Oh, well, thank you, Peter. Yes, this is our initiative called Moving Medicine Forward because, as you mentioned, there's this appalling black hole of ignorance in medical education where we just blow right past the effect of what our patients are eating on these diseases they're bringing to see, when that's the main driving force of why they're sitting in front of us, overweight, hypertensive, clogged up, and inflamed from what they're eating every 4 hours. And we all know if you get them on a plant-based diet, most of those diseases reverse. And I was thinking for years, somebody should be reaching the medical students with this information. It should go into their thinking early in their career, not let them get all the way through residency before even anybody asks that question, does diet matter? Somebody should be telling the medical students this. Somebody should do that. And the little voice on my shoulder said, how about you, Doc? And as a result, we formed a nonprofit organization, and I've been going to the nation's medical schools and reaching the first year, second, third year medical students and the interns before with the plant-based message, telling them these diseases are reversible and a plant-based diet is the key to reversing them. And I want to get that message into their thinking before pharmacosclerosis sets into their brains and they think that drugs and surgery are the only treatments. So thank you. If anyone's interested, they can go to our website, movingmedforward.com, and you can see what we are doing. And if you know any medical student or anyone on the faculty of a medical school who you think my lecture would help them, what I wish I learned in medical school about nutrition, please go to our website. We have a form to fill out. We will contact people at medical schools. So, we could use financial support as well. We have expenses. So thank you. It's Moving Medicine Forward is the name, and the website's movingmedforward.com. Thank you, Peter.
Well,
Dr.
thank you.
Klaper, Dr. Klaper, I
ahead,
have one
Linda.
question.
Sure.
Now, Kaiser supposedly has a plant-based food system in there, but I don't think the whole hospital is that way. They think they serve everything, but I want to start something there. Can I bring that information you do to them? I want to take it to Kaiser. I want to get it started in Kaiser. Can I
Sure.
go to my Kaiser and go to the head of the medical board and talk about it and bring your information?
Yes, you and I should talk, Linda, because
Okay.
Kaiser already opened their thinking to plant-based
Yeah.
nutrition back in 2014, and they sent out a
Yeah.
notice to their doctors about plant-based, and then they kind of let it fizzle. The head mucky mucks for some reason decided not to support it, but they've already opened the door to it. So yes,
Okay.
to remind them of their pro-plant stance would be a great thing to do, and write me, and let's talk about how
Okay.
we can make presentation
Okay.
to Kaiser. You bet.
My own vegan doctor is afraid to tell the patients to go vegan. He's vegan. He's afraid not to give out statins and high blood pressure meds. He's afraid.
Yes, he
And
is.
even though he's vegan,
Yeah, and he's at Kaiser. He's a
yes,
Kaiser doc?
he's
Right.
my doctor.
Yes.
He's
Well,
so afraid. He's afraid to
Sure he
buck the
is.
system. Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm not afraid to buck their system, not in their system. And yes, you and I could certainly help him, without jeopardizing his stance there. But if he's feeling that way, surely there are other doctors in the Kaiser system who know the same truth and feel the same way. And I think we could help all of them. So yes, let's you and I
Okay.
talk and let's
Okay.
make a presentation to
Sounds
Kaiser.
great.
Great. All right.
Thank you.
Linda and Dr. Klaper, I would love to be
Thank
part
you
of
so
that
much.
conversation.
You bet.
I would love to be part of that conversation because one of the initiatives that I would like to have for our community, for our grassroots ambassadors, is information that we can all approach our doctors with. So every time any of us go see any doctor, we have an opportunity to plant a seed. So, our mission is all about empowering grassroots ambassadors to plant seeds and to be able to have the seeds, to be able to have the strategies, to be able to learn the conversations that we can all have every time we go see a doctor, just to plant a seed, just not necessarily to argue with them or anything like that, but just to leave a piece of information, just to ask a question. So I would love to be part of that conversation with you both and hopefully introduce that kind of an initiative for our community here, our free community that we did at .health. So thank you for all you do, and I look forward to future conversations about this.
Same here, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Klaper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All the best. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, where's our Dr. Akil
Dr. Taher
Taher?
is in.
Is
He
he
is
here?
here in the room, yes.
Oh, there he is. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Linda. How are you, Peter?
I'm
Wonderful.
good.
Thank you for
Well,
joining us. So good to see you again.
I'm
Yeah.
just come back from London and jet lagging quite a lot.
Oh,
I was surprised that I talked to a large crowd in London.
yeah.
And my first question was, please, show of hands, how many of you have relatives or, your peers or your colleagues having heart disease? Do you know that 75% of the people in the raise their hands?
Yeah, and
It's
London
a
and
leading
UK is
cause.
one of the highest plant-based countries too.
1 million people turned plant-based vegan in the UK in 2023.
Whoa, that's great.
So that was shocking to me when so many hands went up,
Yeah, exactly. I would like to introduce you and your book. I so enjoy this book. It really is amazing what you are doing. I can't believe it. I mean, I feel like a do nothing next to you. But anyway, you guys, this book you have to read. It's not that big, so it's not that overwhelming, but it's critically important. And I mean critically important because you will learn so much from Dr. Taher. So please tell us, Dr. Taher, how you started and what happened to you, a brief history of you.
Well, as I'm going to tell you in my slide presentation, which I have ready,
Okay.
I created my own unhealthy lifestyle
Yeah.
at the age of 61.
Yeah.
I was an absolutely indulging into unhealthy foods. You name it, and I've eaten it. And for a long period of time, I was called a seafood eater, SEE. I ate everything at sight. And I was addicted, Linda. I was addicted. So I needed those foods for my daily high.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was working long, hard hours. having very little sleep, 4 to 5 hours of sleep. And when I was not working hard and when I was not eating what was in front of me, I was a complete couch potato.
Yeah.
Absolutely no exercise, with the exception of my hand muscles holding the remote to change the TV channels.
But
So I
you
wasn't.
started out in India. You were raised in India as a child.
I was. I was raised in India. I was absolutely a non-vegetarian. Possibly breakfast, lunch, and dinner was all non-veg. So I then went over and spent 11 years in the Middle East in Bahrain with the American naval base.
Mhm.
And that is a really hard meat-eating country with the shawarmas and all that. So that was another sort of bullet. And then 11 years after that, I came over here, and the story continued of my unhealthy lifestyle.
Hmm.
So can I, is Srika there? Can I start my presentation?
Please
Right
do.
here, Dr. Taher. Yes, you can.
So I would like to make me a co-host.
Yes, just a second.
Dr. Taylor, can you just share your screen or?
I can share my screen if it makes me a co-host.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, make it. This is a new kind of Zoom that we're using here, so I'm not completely used to it. Yes, Shakur's working on that.
Does he have to be a co-host to share? I don't think so.
Now you have been enabled to share screen. Can you check the
Okay,
option?
so I will put my thing over here and
Share screen. Can you see the option?
okay, I am doing that. Just 1 second. I will. Okay. I will share my screen now.
Okay.
And here we are. So we were talking, and I was going to talk about Fountain of Youth. The
Yes.
Fountain of Youth is a mythical spring that restores the youth of anyone who drinks or bathes in its waters. You are screen sharing. What does that mean? Why is it coming on my? Why would I not be able to share my screen?
You did. We can see it.
No, it's all visible.
We are looking at your presentation.
Yeah, but my screen is not showing me. So if I stop sharing,
Yes, so a certain part of your screen is visible. You may have moved away from that part of the screen. So that's why we are still stuck on the slide that you were showing us, which is the Fountain of Youth, the mythical spring, and how age is the number. Can you go back to that?
The host and panelists can't vote. And survey, did you register for this for your email? I put yes, but it's not moving. So you are screen sharing. Should I stop share or?
No.
Just click the X on the poll box. Click the X and make the questions go away.
On which box?
On the one that was asking the question.
Yeah, but it won't let me click yes or no.
Click the X on the top right-hand corner and close that box.
Okay, got it. So I'm okay now. So anybody who drinks and is with the water, it is similar to the whole food plant-based diet, which can be an excellent foundation maintaining youthfulness and vitality both in and out as one ages. Now, age is just a number. It is not a limiting factor to change to a healthier lifestyle to live a long and productive life. Coming back to the next one is we have to understand this, very important for the audience. There is a lifespan and there is a health span. The lifespan is how long you live. Your health span is how long you live healthily in your lifespan. It is very important to understand this, the reason being that since 2015, both our lifespan and health span are decreasing. And even if modern science helps you to live long with its invasive surgeries and all your knee replacements and countless medication, what is the use of living long when you cannot enjoy it vibrantly? So that is the reason why for most Americans, the last 20 years of their lives are often miserable, costing taxpayers billions of dollars. So we come to the standard American diet. A standard American diet, which is full of meat, eggs, dairy, salt, saturated food, processed food, is the leading cause of disease, disability, and death in the US. The tobacco and tobacco-related diseases that you take in is number 2. Now, finally, I have this genetics. A lot of my patients, friends, family will come around and say, look, my grandfather had a stroke, my father had a heart attack, my aunt had diabetes, and I know I'm going to have it, so what is the use of doing anything? But remember, folks, genetics is responsible for only 15 to 30% of your health outcome and your lifespan. And this too can be mitigated or negated by epigenetics. And what is epigenetics? Epigenetics does not change just genes, but it changes expression of the genes with a healthy lifestyle so that you can get a healthy outcome. So don't blame it on your genes. Now, why do we have a short lifespan and a health span? It is all to do with the chronic diseases that I see in my practice. And what are these common diseases and what do they have in common? You have the common diseases like your heart disease, your high blood pressure, your diabetes, your cholesterol, your certain types of cancer, your Alzheimer's disease, your chronic kidney disease. And what do all these things have in common? Think about it. These are the diseases that are keeping you short life, a healthy life. These have common is the inflammation is number 1, oxidation, disturbance of your gut bacteria, which is so important for health, shortening of your telomeres, those little caps on your chromosomes that protect your DNA, and overstimulation of the sympathetic nervous system that causes you chronic stress. So with this having said, I go back to my story. Partly I've already told you about what it was. All the things that I just told Linda got me a lot of stress which I could not handle. And so I had my arteries blocked. 98 to 99%, 2 of my arteries were blocked. And my plaques were so thick that they had to use a diamond tip drill to shave up the plaques. And in the process, I had a cardiac arrest, my heart stopped, and they had to shock me to get my heart beating again. The sad part is that that young doctor who saved my life that day, he died of a massive heart attack while exercising on his treadmill, and he was only 48 years old. So, people think that maybe after the stents, I changed my life. I did not change my life. I continued my same unhealthy lifestyle, thinking that medical science would get me out of it. But it did not. So I ended up having what? Open heart bypass surgery. This is when I told the nurses as I was being wheeled in for surgery that I would do a half marathon in a year's time if all went well. And seriously, I don't know why I said that at that time. But thinking back now, I believe that I had only two choices left. Either to continue this horrific end of life journey or to make a conscious decision at that time to change my life, to live with purpose, passion, and positivity. I did that. And not only did I survive, I started thriving. So my recovery was remarkable. I was on the treadmill the third day, did not take any pain medications. I started eating better, not plant-based yet. Started eating better. I started exercising. I got meditation, yoga, and breathing exercises into my daily routine. And I started feeling better. So in 7 months after my open heart surgery, I did my first half marathon in Nashville, Tennessee, 4 grueling hours, but my bruised heart did not fail me. From then it was child's play. I went on to mountain climbing in Kilimanjaro and Mount Kailash and did other several marathons and triathlons and 100-mile bike rides, to name a few. But you know what, folks? My gut troubles did not give up. I still would get diverticulitis. People who don't know, they're little pockets that get inflamed and infected in your colon. And then there were 2 perforations twice, where I was admitted for months. And the surgeons were just knife happy to cut me open. I refused. And that is the time I started doing research. I started doing research to figure out a way how to heal the body without solely relying on medication and invasive surgery. And that is when I came across the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine. Trust me, folks, if you follow the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, you're not only going to have a long, healthy life, but you'll also have a health along with that long life. Your health span will increase. And the cornerstone is healthful eating, which is complemented by physical activity, sleep, strategies to maintain stress, avoiding risky substances, forming social relationships, and maintaining it. So the first thing comes to mind is your diet. You all know about the whole food plant-based diet. Half of your plate should be all the rainbow colors, fruits and vegetables, 1/4 with whole grains and 1/4 with your plant beans. Well, what should you do? Remember, it's not bad genes that run in the families, but a bad diet. Look at labels. If you can't pronounce something, don't eat it. Avoid processed foods, sugar. An average American takes 17 teaspoonfuls of processed sugar a day. Cut back on salt. We take 3.5 grams of salt a day when the American Heart Association says 2.5 grams, and I say 1 to 1.5 grams. Avoid junk vegan food. Look what is happening in India. That is worse than or the same as eating meat in terms of health. And then reduce your bad cholesterol, reduce your meats, avoid those oils, avoid dairy products. Remember, dairy is liquid meat. A cup of milk has the same amount of saturated fat as an ounce of meat. Now, here are some important things, key nutritional consideration in older people who want to have a good health span. Hydration. You got to, because your thirst centers at my age, at 76, don't work that well. So you got to hydrate with water as well as hydrating vegetables and fruits, like cucumber, like your celery, like your oranges, like your watermelon. Calcium, Overrated. The dairy industry wants you to have 2 grams, 1.5 grams of calcium so that they can sell more milk. No, all you require is 700 grams. And 700 grams, you can get it from your cruciferous vegetables like your spinach, your bok choy, your collard greens, your nuts like your almonds, and seeds like your pumpkin seeds. Vitamin D. Folks who are hearing this, vitamin D is a must because its production declines as you age. 60% of nursing home patients before the COVID were vitamin D deficient. If you have sun exposure from 10 to 3 p.m., sensible, your body can have enough vitamin D, which is a sunshine vitamin. Vitamin D helps in skeletal health, absorption of calcium, and prevents you from getting severe COVID and boost up your immunity system. And I heard one of my patients who says, "Oh, I sit in my window and let the sunlight." No. Window pane, you can't get the ultraviolet lights. You have to be out in the sun. Protein. Your protein mass decreases as you get older. Not because you need more protein, because of hormones and inactivity. Muscle strengthening exercises. That's what you need. There is no clinical scientific evidence that increasing your protein helps in muscle mass and strength. Fiber. Oh boy, fiber. You need 50, 60 grams of fiber. An average American takes 15 grams of fiber. An average Britisher that I talked about in London, 20 grams of fiber. What does fiber do? Fiber is your prebiotics, undigestible foods, improves your gut bacteria, lowers your cholesterol, prevents constipation, and things that go along with constipation like hemorrhoids and fissures. And finally, your vitamin B12. I believe that vitamin B12 is a must for vegans and vegetarians, but also for older adults who are on medications like metformin and acid blocker. And finally, focus on omega-3 fatty acids for maintaining skin elasticity, reducing inflammation, and supporting brain health. Where do you get your omega-3? Not from your saturated fats, but you can get it from your chia seeds, your flax seeds, your walnuts. And then you go around, we go to physical activity. Now, physical activity, any kind of physical activity is better than no physical activity. But it is important for adults to engage in both general physical activity and purposeful exercise. Try to hear this properly. A general physical activity is when you go out in a park or you're doing gardening, it burns calories, increases endorphins, you feel good, fights depression, prevents you from getting stiff and rigid. But what about purposeful exercises? This is what is very important. A purposeful exercises is for targeted health outcomes as part of your weekly physical activity. 30 minutes of moderate intensity exercise 5 times a week, whereby your heart rate in that 30 minutes, at least 15 minutes, it should be 70% of your maximum heart rate. What does it do? It reduces your blood pressure. It reduces your weight, improves your endothelial function that produces nitric oxide and keeps your arteries dilated, increases your good cholesterol. You don't need red wine for that. Decreases your resting heart in the long run. If you do regular exercises, your heart rate, your pulse will be low. What does it mean? That your muscles are pulling up enough oxygen from the blood with your heart working less. And it also reduces the time for your resting heart to become normal after moderate intensity exercise. And that means that the sooner you recover from an intense exercise, the healthier you are. Improves insulin action, improves cognition, improves bone density, and decreases your risk of falling and causing fractures. So here we are with the next thing that is that important is sleep. Sleep folks, is not just the absence of wakefulness. It is an active state of rest whereby your brain is active, impact on your learning, memory, boosting up your immune system. Recommended 7 to 9 hours of nightly sleep. If you routinely sleep less than 6 hours a night, hear me out, routinely sleep less than 6 hours a night, your chances of getting 4 times more of getting high blood pressure, sudden cardiac arrest, and a shorter life and a health span. And then finally, the one which blew my mind was a global experiment which was done on about 1.5 billion people in roughly about 70 countries. And this is the daylight savings. See, in autumn, we sort of lose an hour. What they found was that there was 23% increase in heart attacks the very next day. And in spring, when you gain an hour, there was 21% less of heart attacks and road accidents and suicides the next day. Isn't that incredible? So, folks, simple points in sleep. Go to bed when you're sleepy. What is the analogy? You go to a dining table, you don't sit over there to get hungry. You eat. So don't have to wait to get sleepy. Only use the bed for sleep and sex, not necessarily in that order, but no distractions, no computers, no phones, no handheld things. And if you can't fall asleep within the 15 to 20 minutes, get up, go out, and do some other things, massage, listen to music, read a book. But come back when you are sleepy. And sleep and get up at the same time. Because no matter what, even on weekends, if you sleep late, you're not going to make up the time for when you lost time during the weekdays. And keep an alarm clock, not to get up, but to tell you when to sleep. Next is your stress management. What is chronic stress? It is a worry or mental tension caused by difficult situations. What are the 4 most difficult situations? The 4 Ds. If you're immensely in debt, divorce, disease, and death. What do you do about that? Meditation, yoga, breathing exercises, psychotherapy. Then you have avoiding abusive substances. Smoking, everybody knows. Alcohol, remember one thing. Alcohol will not improve your physical health, period. It's the resveratrol in the grapes, and they're saying that it is not true. All you have to do is to stop drinking not to drink if you're not drinking at all, if you're not. But if you are drinking responsibly and a glass of wine now and then, I'm not going to be judgmental. And finally, look at the drugs on the market. Your street drugs, your prescription drugs. Look at the fentanyl thing. Look at your cocaine, amphetamine, hydrocodone, oxycodone. But what bothers me as a primary care doctor is over-the-counter medications. I just had a patient who was having ibuprofen 600 milligram 3 times a day. And he came to me 20 years after this. And guess what? He had a heart problem, kidneys were failing, and an ulcer. And finally, folks, what do you think about the social support? Remember the blue zones, the places in the world with the healthiest, longest living populations. You have in Japan, Italy, Costa Rica, Greece, and one in Loma Linda in California. All these have a plant-based diet, along with a lot of activity. They have strong social bonds. They sort of relate their experiences to each other and help them out. They laugh together, they walk together, they exercise. And what does this do? It reduces the risk of chronic disease and increases the health span as well as the lifespan. And finally, folks, this is something that my last slide, how can we slow down the aging process so that we not only live longer, but healthier? This is an excerpt from my book. And I wish to let you know, And understand this. Each cell in the body has 46 strands of DNA, which are coiled together in chromosomes. At the tip of each chromosome, there's a tiny cap called the telomere that protects your DNA from being damaged. From the time we are born, our cells divide. And each time they divide, a bit of the telomere is lost. Over time, they shorten until they're gone. And when the telomeres are gone, we die. So what do we do to protect, lengthen the telomeres, or prevent them burning away too fast? This was brought about by the telomerase enzyme. The health of the telomeres depends upon the telomerase enzyme, which was discovered by Elizabeth Blackburn, who was awarded the 2009 Nobel Prize for this. This enzyme replenishes the telomeres. So 3 months of whole food, plant-based nutrition, folks, start today. And other healthy changes in your lifestyle could significantly boost your telomerase activity. What they found in an experiment was weight loss through immense calorie restriction and vigorous exercises reduced the weight, but failed to improve the telomere length. In other words, it wasn't weight loss, it wasn't the food, the amount of food, but it is what was the type of food that reversed cell aging, and that was the plant food. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions now.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you stop your screen share?
I have stopped my screen share.
Oh, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation, Dr. Taher. Absolutely wonderful. You hit every point we needed to know. So thank you so much. It was beautiful. And I want to remind everyone to buy this book, his book. Oh, where am I on there? Oh, my video's off. Hold on. Here we go. Buy
There you are.
this book. It is fabulous. I love it. And he has everything about his life, but also for what you should do too. So it's fabulous. We're out of time, Dr. Taher, but maybe we can get a couple questions in, Peter.
Well, you know what? I'm looking at excellent presentation. Everybody thought it was a wonderful presentation. I think here's a couple questions I have. So I've been told a whole food plant-based diet can't really help with AFib. Is that true, or what? How can AFib be helped?
You see, atrial fibrillation is basically due to the conduction defect in the heart. So whereby you use certain things to prevent atrial fibrillation so that you don't get any strokes, further strokes. So you have to have anticoagulants. Blood thinners are a must. And whole food plant-based diet, in my mind, no matter what disease you have on this earth, is going to help you in so many ways. But you should be a little careful when you're taking plant-based foods if you've got atrial fibrillation, because spinach and other things may have vitamin K that may be a problem later on. But as far as I'm concerned, a whole food plant-based diet is not a cure for atrial fibrillation. You need to have pacemakers in some cases, blood thinners, and how to reduce that atrial fibrillation if it goes very high, your heart rate.
Thank you so much. That really helps. I know I do have one client myself who has AFib, so thank you very much for that. Any more questions, Peter?
Yes, I have one more here that I've noticed. So somebody's saying that she's a plant-based vegan for the last 12 years, and she's struggling to lose weight. It seems that she's hit a plateau. And someone suggested only eating fruits to break the plateau. So also she's saying, I find it difficult to cut out oils and creamy plant-based spreads. So
Oh.
what would you suggest that she do
You
to
have
get
given
off
me
that
the
plateau?
answer. You gave me the answer in your question. The creamy breads and all that should be avoided. In her case, avocado and things like this should be avoided. And try to tell her or whoever is listening, please do intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting will help you to lose that weight. Because whole food plant-based diet, one of the best things about that is it is nutrient dense. It is not calorie dense. So you can have as much as you want. But your plateau is because of certain cheat things. We all have this. Sometimes we cheat. And that is the reason whereby you're not losing weight. Number one. Number two, is she exercising? And we are talking about not that general activity, but purposeful exercise. I guarantee you, if she does purposeful exercise and brings her heart rate to the 70% of the maximum, she is going to lose weight.
Thank you. And then there's another, we're actually out of time. But somebody has a question. Do you have advice to assist the microbiome for people on chemo?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Microbiome is a new chapter. I've given a talk on microbiome, gut microbiome, and that is a whole new thing, we have learned so much about it. But like I said, whether you are on chemotherapy, whether you're taking radiation, there is nothing wrong in eating prebiotic foods and probiotic foods. Your prebiotic foods are your, what is, your flax seeds and this. Undigestible foods are your prebiotics. The probiotics also are important, sauerkraut and your kombucha and all those things. Eat a lot of prebiotics, probiotic foods, and that should help you in your chemotherapy. It is also good to have certain things like your garlic and your curcumin. All these, if she continues having during her this thing, it is perfectly all right. I repeat again, no matter what stage of a disease you are, there is nothing wrong in doing whole food plant-based. If it is not going to help you, it is not going to hurt you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taher. I think we're out of time. In fact, we're over time, but you were so interesting. We just had to keep going. And that's okay.
I'm not very good at this machine, so that got me a little off balance.
Okay, you're fine. Everybody loved your presentation. They said, fantastic presentation. So you have great reviews here. Thank you so much for your life and what you have done and your example. Thank you so much.
I see Victoria Moran. How are you, my dear? We have our
Great to
birthdays
see
in
you,
March.
Doctor, and lovely to hear you.
We are both
What?
Aries. We are both Aries.
We are. What's your
We were
birthday?
born in March. We are just a few days apart.
Cool.
That was meant to be, I guess.
Yeah, and
Only
thank
thing
you
is,
so much.
the thing is, you look so young and I look so old. How come?
Okay, thank you so much again, Dr. Taher.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All the best, Victoria.
Thank you.
Hi, Victoria, one of my favorite people on earth. Yes.
Hello, Linda Middlesworth.
Okay, you are the head of Main Street Vegan Academy, and you help people become coaches themselves, right? You certify them?
You.
Yes, it's fabulous. Can you tell us where you started? I know you had struggled with your weight at one time too.
Oh, yes.
You were younger. Can you give us kind of a history of what happened to you?
Sure. Okay, so you've asked about weight and you've asked about the academy. So I'm going to keep both of those on track. So
Okay.
I was, as I start one of my books, The Love Powered Diet, I was a fat child in a fat phobic family. So my dad was a diet doctor. My mom had been overweight in her youth, so they both really watched it. And at one point, they opened together something called a reducing salon, which was the precursor to health clubs. And they had all these belts and rollers. This was like the 1950s. And you would go there and attach yourself, and you would get jostled with the idea that great chunks of yourself would float off into the stratosphere. Didn't work for me. I was a fat kid. I was bad for business. So it was probably the single most difficult situation in my childhood. There were several, but the weight was really big because there were just so many layers to it. I did have a lovely nanny who loved me as I was, but that meant, have a cookie. So I was put on horrible diets. I was on diet pills when I was young. I remember climbing up on my dad's desk in his private office and finding this old nutrition textbook that he had from medical school. It was called Alimentaris Humanis. And somehow in this giant, dietetic book, I found something very much like that chart that Dr. Furman made for Whole Foods some time ago, that Andy chart, foods by nutrient density. And I didn't know what the heck these things were. They all seemed very foreign because they were stuff like Calais and collard greens and Swiss chard. I figured, okay, well, that one's Swiss. That's why I've never eaten that. And then I got to mustard greens and thought, well, that's a typo because everybody knows mustard is yellow. And when I talked to the adults in my world about these foods, they were just like, we don't eat that. That's like poor people food. And, my parents both grew up as poor people and they didn't want to feed their kid that way. So, there were like inklings that I could have gotten sooner, but I was very lucky that I did find vegetarianism through yoga when I was 18. And that didn't help with the weight, but it definitely helped with the consciousness. And I was introduced to the American Vegan Society, the American Natural Hygiene Society, that's now the National Health Association. And although I was something of a slow learner, I eventually got it. And even after being obese and pre-diabetic in my 20s, that went away. And it's been a good life not having to worry about that particular besetment. And when you think it's the worst thing ever, because I'm also a compulsive overeater. So not only was I eating a lot of standard American foods, but I also had crossed over the line into food addiction. So my recovery was a combination of a 12-step program in Overeaters Anonymous and what we didn't call it whole food plant-based diet back then. They didn't even have that. It was just vegan. And in those days, if you're a vegan, you ate like this. So that's my story.
how
and then
old were
the
you?
academy.
How old were you when you went plant-based?
Completely vegan. I was 33.
Okay. So, and then your life changed after that?
Well, my life changed before that because I had been trying to do this ever since I heard about. So I was 18 when I got rid of land animals. I was 19 when I went completely vegetarian. And I was 21 when I learned that vegans existed on the planet. And at that time, if you learned about vegans, you learned about natural hygiene, which was a lot of stuff about how to take care of yourself, a lot like I would say today's College of Lifestyle Medicine, a little different, but in general, it was something like that. So I learned about that because of the American Vegan Society and tried to do it. And so I would do it for a month or 3 months. And there were times, I was convinced that I was vegan because I had done this thing for months and months, and then I would fall off the wagon because of my food addiction. So it was a gradual change. And, there's so much judgmentalism around, and people will say things like, if you ever fell off the wagon, you were never committed in the first place and stuff like that. And I just say, poppycock, balderdash, and Shaw. We are trying to live in a way that is in opposition to our culture and probably in opposition to our families. And we're doing, you're right on time, doing fine. If you're doing this perfectly, A+, good for you. And if you're slipping and sliding a little bit and it's just not as easy as it seems for some other people, just stay with it and be around people who believe in you, and you'll get here.
Oh, that's fabulous. What a great philosophy that is. That's perfect. So tell me about how you got into the Vegan Main Street Academy.
You are so kind. Well, back in 2010, I attended a PETA fundraiser, and they showed videos of the things that humans do to animals. Well, I had been in this world for a really long time by then. I had seen stuff like that a lot. But for some reason, my heart was extra open that night. And I just wanted desperately to be able to write those PETA people a check for $100,000, but it would have bounced. So in the subway on the way home, I was kind of talking to God. People that know me are used to me and don't mind my saying things like that, because that's how I live. And it was just like, why can't I do more? And it was almost dictated. I don't know how else to describe it. Here's what you can do. You can write a book called Main Street Vegan, and you can give it 40 little chapters because people don't have long attention spans. Put a recipe after each chapter because people like those, and gear it to the young woman that you were in Wheaton, Illinois in the 80s when you finally managed to go vegan. So I was like, okay, I can do that. So I was working on this Main Street Vegan book and talked to my editor at Tarcher Penguin for the first time. And she was all very nice. And she said, but by the way, we hate Main Street. It sounds like the Tea Party, because that was that era. Well, they had bought it. So, I mean, if she didn't like the name, I'd have to come up with another name. So I kept trying to find one. So I was going to call it Real World Vegan. In fact, I still own that domain name. If anybody wants realworldvegan.com, contact me. But it felt like it ought to be Main Street Vegan. So I had a vegan miracle. And I tell this story because I believe this is the age of vegan miracles. This is the time when this particular information needs to get out into the world. I find it so fascinating to look at when things do a complete turnaround. They've been going this way and everybody thinks that's okay. And then whoosh, something happens and it shifts. And I think we're in that shift, or we're just in the prelude to that shift now. And one indicator for me is these things that happen that absolutely should not happen. I mean, come on. So my husband and I are walking up Broadway, and there is somebody so famous you can recognize him from the back. And that's Michael Moore, the filmmaker. Now, I know some people love him, some people hate him. Let's put that aside and see him as a regular individual who has had some food issues. And he had read one of my books and liked them. So we started talking, and he said, I'm going to call you because we need to talk about food. And I thought, of course you will, because Academy Award winners call me so often, it is really getting to be annoying. Well, lo and behold, called. And when we started talking about food, and in one of these conversations, I mentioned that the book I was writing was supposed to be called Main Street Vegan, and the publisher hated it. And he said, they're wrong, because everybody wants to be Main Street. Let me talk to them. So we had a three-way call, and he convinced her and she convinced the higher ups. And when she called me a couple of days later to say that that was my title, it was just like those comic book balloons. It was like, there needs to be a Main Street Vegan podcast. There needs to be a Main Street Vegan production company. There needs to be Main Street Vegan Academy training vegan lifestyle coaches and educators. And I'm just like, okay. And at that time, even though I'd been vegan for a really long time, and I wrote for Vegetarian Times and American Vegan and magazines that don't even exist anymore, the Animals Agenda and East West Journal and stuff like that, I wasn't that active in the vegan world. I still spoke a little bit, but mostly I was writing in the eclectic spirituality space, and most of my, followers, such as we had then, were in that. So I didn't know if anybody would come to this Main Street Vegan Academy or not, but I kind of put it out there. I was on a couple of podcasts and just put some things out. And lo and behold, in June of 2012, 13 amazing people came to my apartment in New York City. And because of being in this world for so long, I had access to these amazing instructors. And I've started using the phrase lately, vegan privilege, because there is vegan privilege. I mean, the people that we know, like this amazing physician we just heard from and all the others, it's like, who has access to these kind of people except us? So anyway, wonderful fashion designer Joshua Katcher, cardiologist Dr. Robert Ostfeld, chef Fran Costigan, dietitian Marty Davy, and on and on and on. Lovely, the late historian Dr. Rid Berry. And so we started. And everybody loved it. And then they went out and started doing these amazing things in the world. So it's like, well, okay, we'll do this again. And it was just such an incredible, like, fireball of enthusiasm and success and people around the world. So we have certified vegan lifestyle coaches and educators in 32 countries doing incredible things. I mean, they're writing books and they're having podcasts and they're starting businesses, and it's just so cool. Then we had this thing called the pandemic. So we went on to Zoom, and we're still there because there have been some changes in my family situation. I'm not able to do 20 people in my home 4 times a year like I used to. But you know what? It is just as magical on Zoom. And then my vegan privilege spreads out. So in addition to local instructors, I can get people from all over. So love the Academy. You can find it at mainstreetvegan.com. And this year, we're actually doing something kind of special before the actual Zoom course. The professional course, we're having something called the MSVA New York City Experience. So for people who wanted to come and experience what we used to do with field trips and things like that, we're doing that in August, and the actual course starts in September.
Wonderful. You're doing such amazing work. This is fantastic. And you're reaching so many thousands of people.
Well, that's the cool thing, about teaching somebody. And I'm sure everybody speaking here today would say that, because we can do what we can do through our books, through our internet, through, but if you influence somebody else, then look at what they can do. So here's my favorite influence story. I wrote an article for the Animals Agenda, which was this little animal rights magazine back before animal rights was a very big deal. But evidently they subscribed to it at Grinnell College. So this is before I moved to New York. It's like 25 years ago. I'm in my little apartment in Kansas City, and I get a call, and this young man says, I'm a student at Grinnell. I read your article and now I'm vegan. And I'm like, okay. Well, he turned out to be Bruce Friedrich, who, for people who don't know that name, Bruce went on to spend 20 years at PETA, became an attorney, and he's now heads up the Good Food Institute. So you never know, you never know. So just
you
keep
started it, babe. You started
putting it out there.
That is fantastic. Unfortunately, we ran way over time with everybody, so now so we have to shorten it a little bit now.
Okay.
But thank you. You are an amazing woman, and your work is profound, and I can't appreciate you enough. And I know everybody here, everybody says, what a lovely painting behind you too.
Thank you. That actually, I need to just say this. This is from James, who is my stepson, who actually passed away. And he's very gifted. And there was a song that was popular with kids his age. And there was a line in it that said, I am heaven sent, don't you dare forget. And he actually put that at the top of this picture. And so I guess I just want to pass on to everybody, whatever you're dealing with, whatever's going on, whether you're on top of the world or feeling like the world is on top of you, you are heaven sent. And the rest of us promise not to forget.
What a wonderful way to end it there. Thank you, sweetheart. That was absolutely fantastic. People want to know how to get in your academy, so they just look up Main Street
Yeah,
Vegan.
mainstreetvegan.com. It's all there.
Okay. Well, you're just going to keep spreading the word, I know. And you know Miyoko, right?
Oh, yes, I love
Yeah, well,
Miyoko.
she's coming on right now. And
Cool.
yeah, I think she's next, right? Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, Victoria. You are amazing. Thank you for sharing that story. You will inspire so many people, not only to be better themselves, but maybe they can also join your academy and learn so much more and spread the word. That would be wonderful. And your new book coming out is called
Age Like a Yogi. It's
Age Like a
available now for
Yogi. So
pre-order. Yeah, Age Like a Yogi. And if you
you
do
can
a pre-order, just reach
on
out to me. You can reach out through that
Amazon.
website and you can get a special webinar.
Okay,
Hmm?
Amazon. On Amazon.
Oh, it's on Amazon, bn.com, IndieBound,
Okay.
all the places where you can find books.
Okay.
I'll write it in here.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you. Thank
Victoria.
you.
Fabulous.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Miyoko, Miyoko, hi.
Hi, Linda. And hi, Victoria. It was nice to hear from you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can. Thank you so much for doing this. We didn't have much time to begin with, but we're going to make the same amount of time, okay? So,
All right.
Miyoko, please tell us how you came into this lifestyle and what it did for you.
Well, I
Miyoko
think
Schinner, everybody, this is Miyoko Schinner, the famous Miyoko Schinner, who has done amazing work. Go ahead.
well, I think it all started when I was really young. When I was 12 years old, I went on a camping trip, a school camping trip, and I got stuck in the so-called vegetarian group. And this was back in the 1960s, and everyone's parents was a member of Hare Krishna or something. So I became a vegetarian. Now, when I went home, I just made the connection between the food on my plate and the fact that this pork chop had come from a pig, and I couldn't eat it anymore. And I just stopped eating meat. It was just overnight. I spent the next few years, especially in high school, really immersing myself in food, learning about food, reading Adele Davis, which was the only book on nutrition at the time that I could find. And so I thought I had to consume a lot of dairy, and I really grew up, I just ended up loving all things dairy, making sure that I got protein and all this stuff. And then in the 1980s, when I was living in Japan, I became a vegan after reading a Vegetarian Times article about the treatment of dairy cows. And I suddenly made that connection. I have to admit that transition was a little slow for me because occasionally I would cheat with cheese because it was just really hard to give that up. Yeah, it was addictive. I mean, it is biologically addictive and it is emotionally addictive. It's all of those things. But I would say that my becoming a vegetarian at 12 was really what got me involved in food because my mother stopped cooking for me. And I had to resort to my own wiles and creativity to figure out how to feed myself. And so that food became a major component of my life at a very, very young age. Not just how do I feed myself, how do I make good tasting food, but how do I nourish myself? What are the most nutritious foods? And of course, that that evolved over time from eating a lot of dairy and eggs, thinking I need to get protein, to a more of a whole foods plant-based diet. And my first vegan business was when I was in Japan and became a vegan, and I started a vegan bakery in Japan at the time, baking pound cakes. And a pound cake is 1 pound. And I didn't have a car, so I put them in a backpack. I could fit 70 of them in there. And that was a 70-pound backpack. And then I hauled them all over Tokyo. So, of course, I was able to do that because I used to be I did bodybuilding in my 20s as well. So I was pretty strong back then. And I still lift weights. I'm 66 and a half now, but I try to stay fit, certainly not like I did back then. But so food really became an integral part of my life. And I've had a number of food businesses ever since. I've only ever been an entrepreneur involved in having food businesses, as well as teaching cooking, as well as writing cookbooks. And my goal, my whole life has been to show the world that you can have uncompromised delicacies that are good for the planet, good for you, and good for animals. And so I've had a crusade that's gone on for 4 decades, trying to show the world. That is really what I do. I approach food through as a form of activism to transform how we eat.
And your cheese company did something like $260 million?
Well, I can't really talk about that. I'm no longer involved in the company.
But you did
So
well with it when you
we
were there.
separated, yeah, we separated ways a couple of years ago. And honestly, what I've learned since then is I've studied a lot about the economics of the food system, and I really do believe that the entire system needs to be overhauled. And we need to go back to more local, regional economy supporting smaller entrepreneurs and farmers and producers, rather than the direction that we have been moving, including the so-called plant-based industries, and moving in the direction of consolidation and corporate control of the food system. And that is a big concern that I have about the involvement of big food in plant-based foods. And plant-based foods is going in that direction. And it's not necessarily all healthy, the stuff that is being sold in packages. So that is a huge concern of mine. I've sort of become sort of a leftist radical industry person entrepreneur in terms of the economics of the food system. I've been doing a lot of reading and studying, and so I have a little bit of concern about the loss of food culture, the loss of opportunities for entrepreneurs, especially those who are women and people of color, that can't get their foot in the door because of the consolidation that has been happening in the food system. And I feel like that's something that we have to change.
I think that's your next book, Miyoko.
Yeah, well, my next book is actually called The Homemade Vegan Creamery. It'll be out next year, and it's about how to.
Good.
Yes, so that's coming out
That
next
sounds
year.
great. Is there a pre-order for it yet?
Not yet, but it will be available probably in the spring. 10-speed random Penguin Random House will probably announce it, but it is about all things that you can make from plants that would come out of a creamery. So whether it's milk or butter or cheese, I've gotten away from cashews. There are some cashew recipes in it, but I'm exploring the whole world of plant milks, some really exciting discoveries, and many recipes that have absolutely no oil at all in them. And so I found that there are certain plant milks that you can coagulate just like dairy milk, separate the whey, utilize the fats that are inherent in those plants. So for example, I'll just give you an idea. I have an amazing yogurt that's made out of so for example, almonds don't really solidify if you make yogurt, but I found that if I combine it with chickpeas, I can get a really thick, creamy yogurt. So then I'm also incorporating the protein component of the chickpeas with the creaminess of the almonds to get a perfect yogurt. So there's a lot of experimentation like that I've been doing that really combines the best of both the legumes and the nuts and seeds.
Well, that is wonderful. And how I love your experimentation like that. You've just created such amazing things. So yourself, you've just stayed so young and youthful and active, and are you still working out? Are you still eating healthy?
Yeah. I think as we age, our diets and our exercise patterns change. I'm certainly not, lifting, back squatting 200 pounds anymore. But and I'm not doing CrossFit anymore. I have tailored my workouts to involve more walking. And what I'm doing right now is I'm doing some kind of intense workout, whether it's like a CrossFit workout or traditional weightlifting, for maybe 10 or 15 minutes about 5 days a week. So in addition to walking, I'm maintaining that because it is important for bone health to do some sort of tradition, some weight bearing exercise, but I just can't because of my lifestyle. And, I found that when I've gone too hard, it's harder to recover from injuries at my age. And I think everyone's body is different. I think there are some people out there that can push hard until they're, in their 80s and I don't think I'm one of those people. So I find that, I finally worked up to back squatting about 110 pounds a couple of months ago, and then I got a little injury and I had to back off. So, I've just curtailed a lot of that. But yes, I think it's really important to do something. And, don't feel like you have to push, don't feel like you have to go to the gym and kill yourself for an hour. You can incorporate, make walking the foundation, and then incorporate, 10, 15 minutes of something that gets your cardio up and some weight bearing exercise. And that's really all I think you need to do.
Oh,
And of course I have
excellent.
to walk because I've got my aging dogs who are,
Oh, good. I want to see your aging dogs. Oh, what a cutie.
yeah,
What's
so
the
he's
name?
been on, he's eaten V Dog his whole life since he was 8 weeks old when we
All
rescued
right.
him.
Thank you for
And
that.
he's 12 and a half now.
Oh my
And
goodness. Beautiful too. Hi, baby. Does he like to go on walks with you?
he does. And he's
Huh.
slowing down too. He's been such an active dog because we have a farmed animal sanctuary, and he's got 17
Yeah,
acres.
that must take a lot
Yeah.
of time, your farmed animal sanctuary.
Well, we have staff, so I'm not boots on the ground shoveling
Oh,
manure. I did
okay.
for a long time. That's also exercise, by the way, that kind of physical work. I
Yeah,
love that work.
yeah.
So incorporating, and like, rather than going to the gym, just incorporating physical activity into your life, whether it's, hey, if you want to get some exercise, volunteer at a farm animal sanctuary and clean stalls.
Yes,
I guarantee you'll be exhausted
yes.
after pushing around a
Fantastic.
wheelbarrow full of, you know what?
Well, thank you so much, Miyoko. You've been wonderful. Thanks for waiting for us. Everything got backed up today, and we're trying to catch up, but that's hard to do. So thank you so much for your wonderful work. Keep going, girl. You have done amazing things, and you will continue. And your ability, you should be a scientist. I mean,
Well,
really, the way you figure these things out, that's amazing. Thank you.
well, thank you
And
very
your
much.
food
Linda.
is
Nice to
so
meet everybody.
good too.
The what?
Thank your food is so good.
Oh, well, thank you.
Tastes so great.
All
I
right,
mean, the way we all have addiction to dairy. I mean, who doesn't? It's like crack cocaine, and
Yes.
so that was so important for you to come out with something that we all were addicted to, that wasn't going to harm us, right? So thank you for that, and I appreciate you so much, Miyoko, and I think we have to go now, but thank you so much for your wonderful work and showing off your senior bee dog.
All right.
Thank
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, sweetie.
Thank you, Miyoko and Victoria and Linda. I want to make sure that we're not going to keep a secret how amazingly wonderfully our panel here is aging with their lifestyle. So I think maybe some people would be incredibly surprised at their ages. So if you don't mind sharing that, I expect that we've shared that already, but I think that's just so amazing to have these vibrant, youthful, amazing people here, and because this is really the example of living the correct lifestyle. The whole food plant-based lifestyle is what's getting us all here.
Yeah, well, I'm 80 and Victoria is
Victoria is on mute.
Victoria, you're muted.
Excuse me, I wasn't hesitating to try to remember my age. There was a window in front of 74.
wow, you're almost to me, baby. Miyoko? Maybe she left. I think she left. Okay, so
She told, somebody must remember. She's 60 something.
66 and a half. That's what she said during her talk.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I know the average age on the show here today is 77. So it's like an amazing group of people, 77 years old, thriving and changing the world. And we just would like to have everybody in this world who's suffering with chronic diseases at our ages and not able to do the things they would love to do with their lives, to see and be inspired to embrace a plant-based lifestyle.
Okay, Karyn, are you there? Thank you, Peter. Karyn, are you there? Karyn? Hello?
Yes, Karyn will be there, and if she's not, Nikita will help us get Karyn on the camera. Just give us a minute, please.
Okay. Will do. We still have
So
two
while
more.
we're waiting for
Go ahead.
Karyn, Victoria, I love that you're doing yoga, and that's going to be one of our next initiatives, is going to be about ahimsa and how ahimsa and yoga, it's really about being vegan, and we'd love to. So we have an initiative coming up and hope that you can join us for it, and that is to help show yoga studios that aren't vegan that they probably need to embrace being vegan. So
Oh, that is so important. And that's one of the big reasons that I wrote Age Like a Yogi, because ahimsa came from there. You know, that's where it's rooted. And there was this cultural thing with the dairy. And, you know, but we over here in the West have done so much with yoga that isn't really very yoga-like. Let's do something very yoga-like and get ahimsa back in there.
That's for sure.
Absolutely.
I've just met a yogi, and he said that he eats he said, I don't care what I eat. So he doesn't put ahimsa
It's
in.
very, very different now. I was at a yoga studio a few years ago, and there was a book there that I happened to have an essay in, and I was, you know, wanting to show off, I guess, a little bit. And I said to her, "Oh, I've got this essay. It's about, you know, how to go vegan for yogis." And she's like, "Isn't it wonderful that because of humane agriculture, we no longer have to be vegetarian?" And I think my jaw just hit the floor. It's like, you never had to be. It's because your heart opens and your mind opens and you want to be, and then vegan from there. So yeah, it's a good group to target. So good thinking, Peter.
Yeah.
Thank you. And well, and it was inspired by Dr. Will Tuttle, so he's part of that initiative also.
Yes.
As is Angel Honig from Hawaii. So we'll be in touch with you about it. That's going to be our next major event here.
Oh, that's excellent.
So, thank you.
And then maybe Sharon Gannon, do you know her? She's the co-founder of Jivamukti Yoga. She actually wrote the foreword to my new book. She wrote Yoga and Veganism.
Hi there.
You have your lovely next guest.
Hi there. Hi, sweetheart.
Karen.
How are you?
Okay. Karyn, what
And guess
happened?
what, guys? I'm another Aries, okay?
Oh my goodness.
I'm joining the Aries Club. My birthday was 4/20. Everybody celebrates my birthday.
Oh, that's nice. So Karyn, you still look beautiful, but what happened to you?
I always brag, I don't get sick, I don't get tired. I can just be slightly. I was walking my dog yesterday, and where I live in the suburbs, there's tons of trees, and the trees have made all the sidewalks very uneven. And so and I'm always watching, and what I chose to walk on the fairway, so I'm walking on dirt and grass. But somehow I ended up on the sidewalk, tripped, and I don't know, I've gotten hidden. I've got it on the phone. You should have seen me last night. I went to the emergency room. I was there till 3:30. I do not have a concussion. It was so, here, I don't know if you can see it. That's what it looked like last night. And I came home and immediately went in my hyperbaric chamber and put castor oil on it and did systemic enzymes. And it's down halfway now. So, you know, I'm going to be just fine.
Oh, that's wonderful. You sound great, so it didn't affect your brain at all.
Well, you know what? This is what I wanted to kind of start with in my segment, is the testament to being plant-based for me. And we called it vegan, like Victoria said back in the day. My testament is yes, I'm not aging at the rate a lot of my peers are. No, I never get sick, and I've healed a lot of challenges. But one of the most important things is it's made me clarity and want to show up. So I had this terrible injury last night, but I still have the drive for life. You know, I have the drive to move forward no matter what happens for life. And believe me, I sent you the picture because I didn't know if you still wanted me on looking like this. You know, I decided.
Here, we just want your information, and you're beautiful no matter what happens to you. So
Thank you. But look, there's the vegan all bandaged up. Oh my goodness, whoever's calling me, go away. Oh.
Whoops.
Well,
Did we
Karen
lose
said go
her?
away, and she was the one who went away.
And she went away.
Karen's back.
There she is, coming back.
I don't know what happened. Guys, you better get me while you can.
That's right.
This is-
Well,
We
thank
want
you.
you.
Okay.
One quick question, if I may. Karen, for you, welcome to the Aries Club, number one. And number two, please watch for the next 24 hours regarding if you feel too sleepy or drowsy. That's a sign to worry about. I don't think you will have that, but please be careful.
Oh, thank you. Good point. Thank you,
Just want to
Dr.
let you know.
Taher. Yeah, that's a
welcome.
good point. Thank you.
Did we
Okay,
lose
now,
her again?
oh, how cute. We lost her again.
swear. But I will not go to sleep. I understand, but they did give me a clearance at the hospital. I did go to the emergency room. And
Okay.
they said I don't have a concussion and no bleeding on the brain. So, but thank you. I will take that advice very strongly. Thank you, doctor.
Karen, I would like to ask you how you started. I know that you started, I think, with a raw vegan restaurant. Is that what?
But that's not how I
How
came
did
to,
you?
that's how I,
How did you get
that's how I
there?
started in business. But
Yeah.
originally, I mean, I used to laugh at people like me. I'm from the 70s. I've been vegan for 50 years now, a little over 50 years. And I do
Wow.
want to throw in another thing very quickly. Dr. Klaper that was on, he was my savior because I had children and I had decided to go. My daughter's 53. I had decided to become vegan. And everybody was telling me how I was abusing my children by not letting them have dairy. And I
Oh.
found Dr. Michael Klaper's book. I actually thought he was a pediatrician and he saved my life. All right. So he
Oh.
helped me to continue to move forward. So I was a very sickly child. I had every allergy known to man. I had horrible skin. And I was constipated all the time. There's a number one thing, constipation, what you're holding on to is poisoning you. And the doctors told my mothers at the time, well, that's just her system, you know, because I'd go to the bathroom once a week or once every 2 weeks. Well, my mother introduced me. My mother was a bit of a hippie, and she started drinking carrot juice. And lo and behold, I started going to the bathroom. So here's where my story really gets interesting, because I never consciously decided to be a vegan or a vegetarian. As I drank juice, being slightly compulsive as I am, 5 planets in Aries, I started drinking gallons of it, which wasn't the greatest thing to do all that sugar, but I started going to the bathroom. And what happened to me was I developed a natural repulsion to meat. I didn't say I'm going to do this. You know, and that's why my next book is called The Unintentional Vegan, because I didn't decide to do any of this. And there were no books out and there was nothing to read about. I was just making chicken soup one day for the family, looked in the pot, saw the skin over here, the bone, and I got nauseous. So I never decided to do this, which is why in my teachings, I tell people it isn't a natural quality to want to eat dead flesh. We've only learned to do it. You know, and I use the example, if you were on a diet, give a baby a bunny and on a desert island and you haven't eaten for a month, and all of a sudden a dead cow appears in a bushel of apples, you're going to pick the bushel of apples initially. So
Yeah.
It just happened for me. I didn't decide to do any of this. And as I continued,
How old were you then? How old were you
I
right then?
was 23, I think. I was in my early 20s. Because I kind of started early on, and then I got very strong in it. But as I got healthier and healthier, my skin cleared up, and just all these wonderful things happened to me, and I got all this energy. And then I was fortunate enough to meet Dr. Ann Wigmore, who was a lot of wheatgrass and a lot of the stuff that we do in this day and age with the raw foods. It was the natural hygienes before, but she really brought it to the forefront for me. And I met her and she just changed my life. I went to her place in Boston and I never went back. You know, everything just really changed for me 2000%. So then I decided, because nobody was doing raw foods and there was no place to go, and I was doing great cooked vegan food. Well, I'm going to open up a raw restaurant in Chicago, in the meat district of the world, right? In the Midwest. And I think I was the second one to open in the country. We had 4 guys in Atlanta, had opened one in Aris Latham, had opened up in New York. And then I opened up in Chicago and everybody thought I was insane. You know, they would walk by my restaurant and stick their fingers down their throat. And why is she raw foods? What's she talking about? And then I was fortunate enough to be featured on Oprah's show. And that kind of changed the whole
Victoria
trajectory.
too, right? Victoria, you were too. Yeah, Victoria was too.
Yeah. Yeah. So that just changed everything. It became a little more fatty and mainstream. And I've just never looked back because at 77, you know, and I was in a major accident last night, and here I am today. I'm never tired, and I just couldn't imagine living the other way. Several restaurants, cooked vegan and raw, and I recently opened up out here in the suburbs. People weren't ready for me out here, but I've also had wellness spas where I have hyperbaric chambers and ozone bathing and infrared saunas, which I have here in my home. So it's just been my life, and I've written a few books too.
Do you have the name of your books? Could you put them in the chat, please?
Yes, I have one, Soak Your Nuts. They're both called Soak Your Nuts. And the whole reason that I called them that, and one is the cleanse and one are recipes, and I have cooked recipes and raw recipes.
Karen, put that back up.
Yes. Soak Your Nuts.
So I love that. I love that name.
Well, you know, I did that because I really try not to be so adamantly serious about this whole process. It's light, you know, and I just love all the information and all the charts. But for me, my big thing is teaching detoxing and cleansing the body. And I believe that when you break down those layers of toxicity, you get to your own reality. You know, not what somebody else has decided you need 35 grams of that. You know yourself and you feel very secure. So I'm a big believer in detoxing, and I've been running these seminars and workshops for 45 years. I learned a lot of it from Dr. Wigmore. I learned a lot. My husband used to go to Asia a lot, and I worked with people there. I worked with Viktoras Kulvenskas, who's kind of like the grandfather of all of this. We're still in close contact. So my main thing is teaching people to clean out their bodies and see where their brain takes them next. You know, because we all intuitively know what's right, and we're not all supposed to be at the same place at the same time. You know, we need mirrors of each other of where to go, what to do, where you're coming from. So my main focus has been teaching detoxing and cleansing, and I've been teaching that for 50 something years. That one book I showed you, that's what it's about. I have cookbook also, but I also have a subscription online now that I don't have a physical space. So you can join my Zoom classes.
Nice.
Under the subscription. But to me, I think the most important thing to do.
Are your detoxes done online?
Everything is done through Zoom. But what I want to add to that is I know I believe that I haven't changed in my weight or how the things going on with me because I detox. It's not just because I'm a raw foodist. It's not just because I'm vegan. I'm living in an exceptionally toxic world that humans aren't created to thrive in. Our oxygen levels are off. Everything is not the way we were intended to live. And so by me going that extra distance to cleanse and detox, I kind of keep all of that buildup, because all that buildup kind of puts you to sleep too, or kind of throws you in the wrong direction with your choices. But there's no way for me to make a wrong choice. Well, emotionally I could, I shouldn't say that. But because I've cleansed and detoxed my body so 4 times a year, I do it for the past 45 years. I haven't missed a time of cleansing and detoxing. And I will add, up until I broke my shoulder, and I did do an osteoporosis. I don't have that. I'm just clumsy. I was taking a professional advanced ballet class with girls 18 and under in my 70s. So I just think it's a self-regenerating organism. As long as you clean it out and put the right stuff in, like everybody has said here, we can go on almost indefinitely.
That is beautiful, Karyn, and you're such a great example of
Well,
healthy
today
aging.
with the bandages.
Well, even with that, even
I still
that
have my
you're
hospital
here.
bracelet on.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, even after an accident, you're still here and vibrant as heck. So yeah, you're a great example for youthful aging. And thank you so much for your work. It's fabulous, and keep on going. And wow, you should put that in your book too, you know?
Oh, well, you know what?
Even
I'm documenting this because I have the picture
Yeah.
from last night. It's half
Yeah.
of what it was today. I'm going to document it and I'm going to put it up on my Instagram and all my social media if anybody wants to follow it.
Absolutely. Good need
How
to
it
know.
heals. If you go to Karyn Calabrese on Instagram, you can follow me heal this because
Are
it's
you
not going to
mostly on
define me.
Instagram? Are you mostly on Instagram?
Yes, that's where
Okay.
I'm the most comfortable, but I am on Facebook and all the other things too.
Okay. Well, we will look for you, and thank you, my darling. Just fabulous.
Thank you, everybody.
I want
Thank
to be
you.
like you when I grow up.
Thank you. And I really appreciate what you're doing and all of the people that you had on. I've crossed paths with many of them over the years, and I'm just so proud to be in that club, you know, of what
Yeah,
they're
we
doing.
have the
And
greatest club, don't we? We have the most wonderful
yes,
people. And I also like the people who are into ahimsa.
the
Ahimsa.
HIMSA. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I've got to learn
Uh,
about that. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just going to finish with, I always say, if you don't take care of your body, the most magnificent
Oh,
machine you'll ever be given, where are you going to live? And thank you. And I love you all. I really appreciate you.
thank you. I have that quote written down. I was going to read it. I love that quote. Would you say it one more time?
Yes, if you don't take care of your body, the most magnificent machine you'll ever be given, where are you going to live?
I love that. I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you have a wonderful day, Karyn. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Get well.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I guess I mute. Am I muted now?
Dr. Ruth now, yes.
Dr. Ruth, are you there?
So Dr. Ruth is messaging that she cannot turn her video on.
Oh,
I'm here,
okay.
and I tried to, yeah, it says I'm not allowed to start my video.
Nikita, can you please
Oh.
invite Dr. Ruth?
Should be the left-hand corner.
No,
Below.
I think
It's an admin, the administrator will give the permission.
Okay,
Can you try? Oh, yeah, there you are.
There we are.
there we are. Welcome back. Yes.
Hey, now we can start.
Welcome, Dr. Ruth Heidrich, my heroine. Wow. So nice to have you here. Will
Well,
you,
so nice of you to invite me. I
Oh.
wanted to start with the definition of youth. And my
Okay.
definition is I'm youthful as long as I'm not dead.
I love that.
And did you know there is no such thing as dying of old age? Even in the blue zones where they have all these centenarians, when they died, say at 104, 107, their doctors, their family all said, oh, he or she died in their sleep. They died of old age. They did autopsies on thousands of these and found that not one of them died of old age. Most of them, probably well over a third, died of some version of heart disease.
Really?
And the next largest group was having to do with breathing, COPD, asthma, whatever. And the last group were miscellaneous things
Really?
that killed them. So there's no such thing as dying of old age.
Oh, that's
Now,
very interesting. I haven't heard that one.
and youthfulness has to do with how well are we functioning. And what it's turned out to be that what we eat affects the function of, I'm going to go head to toe, starting with the brain. Eat the wrong foods, you get dementia. And your eyes, cataracts and macular degeneration has to do with food, your ears, even your hearing is affected by what you eat, your teeth. Yeah. And then your thyroid, of course, and your bones. And there's been some discussion of how we keep our bones and muscles strong. And that's where exercise comes in. And what about bladder and bowel functions? You know, those seem to go with people as they age. I judge that by the number of ads on TV for
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
both constipation and bladder, the pads that people have to wear. And let me see, go on down. Well, sex life, of course, is affected. And your joints, all your joints, and especially your feet. And as you age, you can't keep walking if your feet are so sore that it holds you. So what do you know to protect all these parts of your body? Well, fortunately, there's a lot of research going on, and it's turned out that there are things that people do that cause these functions to stop. And if you reverse that, you can get them back in most cases, not always. We haven't figured out how to reverse dementia yet, but we've got a lot of neurologists working on that with neuroplasticity, where the brain, if it loses one function, it can train another part of the brain to take over that function. So let me go back. Everybody else has started their story with what happened to them and how it happened. And I want to show you.
Dr. Ruth, would you mind telling us how old you are?
I'm going on 90. Next birthday will be 90.
Oh my goodness. And how many marathons and triathlons have you run and everything like that?
Well, I have done 67 marathons, and that includes 6 of the marathons that are included in Ironman triathlons. You can see behind me a lot of trophies.
Yeah.
But
amazing.
But what started this at age 33, this book called Aerobics, 1968, written by Dr. Kenneth Cooper of what was then the Cooper Clinic in Dallas, Texas. And I was at a newsstand one day and just browsing, getting on a plane for a long flight. And I happened to see this word, aerobics. I thought, oh, I've never seen that word before. Well, nobody did, because he had just invented it. Again, 1968. So on the plane, I read through the whole book. A lot of it is the charts like this. And so I skipped all those little charts. And when I got off the plane, I thought, oh, I'm going to start running. I had noticed little bits of flabs starting here and there. And I thought, oh, that's going to help that. And everything from head to toe. So the next morning, I woke up early and went to the back of the closet, pulled out an old pair of, you remember the cuffed Bermuda shorts? Yeah. And my tennis shoes and an old t-shirt, and went out for a run. And I thought, oh, this feels good. And wow, I hadn't run since I was a toddler, I think. And so got to the end of 2 blocks and thought, oh, I've got to get ready for work. Turned around, back. And we had a swimming pool in the backyard. I jumped in the pool and did a couple of strokes to cool down. And when I got to work, I thought, wow, I felt so much more energy. And I had always been having trouble with my weight, and I thought, well, this helped. And so the next thing that happened, I started telling people at the office about running. And of course, everybody thought I was crazy. Again, late 60s and 70s. And one day, one of my, the captains that worked for me, I was a logistics officer at Hickam Air Force Base. And he showed me this flyer. They're having a race. He said, you ought to join that. So I, I signed up for it. And that Sunday morning, I'd been running at this point for probably 2 years, maybe 3 years. And I looked around. I'm the only female. And this is a military environment. And I thought, what in the world am I doing here? Yeah, these are all young people. And so I was just going to slink away and forget it. The gun goes off, and it was run or be run over. And so I just kept on going and thought, oh, I'm never going to make it. I'm never going to finish. If I do finish, I'm going to be last. And I just gritted my teeth, crossed the finish line, and thought, oh, I made it. And I wasn't even last. And so I'm recovering. And then I hear my name. They call me up, and I get my first gold medal.
Oh my God.
only female, first place. And I was hooked.
Oh my.
I found the secret. That was going on for 14 years.
Oh.
When in July of 1982, I was at the beach, a 4th of July picnic with my family, and I was in a bikini, and I leaned over, and my aunt looked at me and she said, Ruthie, look, there's a lump in your breast. And I said, oh, where did that come from? And so I immediately went to the doctor, and they did a biopsy, and it turned out that it was infiltrating ductal carcinoma. The tumor that they took out was over 5 centimeters. It took up the whole half of the breast. And I thought, wait a minute, how can this happen? I'm the fittest, healthiest person I know. And so I thought, oh my God, can't be cancer. It can't be. And I was still recovering from the shock of that, and happened to pick up a local newspaper. And I see this little ad that says, women who have breast cancer are wanted to participate in diet research study. And so I thought, well, I know it's not my diet because I had already had a year of nutrition at university. And so I knew, what they were teaching back then about chicken and fish and low-fat dairy. Plus, I had been reading Adele Davis and Gaylord Hauser and thought, oh, I know everything about nutrition. So I'm going to help with this research and show that my getting cancer was not due to my exercise, was not due to my diet. And as all the surgeons and oncologists told me, we have no idea why you got breast cancer. So when I saw that ad, and it was a local telephone number, a 262, and went right to the phone, guess who answers the phone? John McDougall. John McDougall. He was a young, very young physician, had just opened up his office in Kailua on the other side of the island. And because of his story, and his story is wonderful too, how he made the transition. And he told me that to get my medical records and get to my office, I want to talk to you. And so this was right in between everything. Within a week, of my being diagnosed. So I get the medical records and he's thumbing through them. And he said, you know, with a cholesterol of 236, you are at as high a risk of dying of a heart attack as you the breast cancer. And I said, wait just a minute. I've run marathons, eat a healthy diet, you know, brown bread and taking the skin off the chicken and fish, all the best diet. And he said, that's what caused your cancer. And you even have high blood pressure, not really high, but borderline high. And the cholesterol. And he said, if you give up all the animal products and oils right now, it's going to make a change, a real significant change in your health. And I was asked, because I was still in graduate school, I was working on my PhD in psychology at the time. And so I said, where's the science? You know, how do you know this? He reaches around, pulls open a file drawer, and he says, here's the research on epidemiological studies, the studies that show that the countries that have the most meat products have the most breast cancer, heart disease, and so on, colon cancer. And the countries that have the least have none. Same with osteoporosis and everything. And there were some animal studies at the time. And this was probably about the time that Colin Campbell was doing his research on kidney or whatever cancer in the Philippines with these children and showing dairy. And so after he showed me the research, and Mary came in and talked to me about how to eat. And so 2 hours later, I walk out of this totally committed. And I did have to have the surgery, more surgery, because there were no clear margins, even at 5 centimeters, you know, that big, just no clear margins. And that explained why I was having horrible bone pain, especially at night. The pain was so bad, they had given me narcotics, and it wasn't helping at all. They gave me nitroglycerin because they thought, what did they give nitroglycerin for? Something, heart disease. And that didn't help the pain at all. And anyway, it just, I couldn't figure out why before. And now here was the answer. This is what was happening. So I changed, again, July 1982. My next marathon was the Honolulu Marathon, which I'd run several times. And I couldn't believe the results. It was 17 minutes faster. And it had only to do with my diet, had to be, because my training actually had been affected by the surgery and recovering, and all the attention paid to changing my diet. As most of you know, if you go overnight from SAD to vegan, you have to do a lot of research and buying foods and all that. So at 17 minutes faster, I thought, wow, this is another advantage here. I even felt healthy enough because the Honolulu Marathon ends at Kapiolani Park and the ocean's across the street. So I go in for a short swim and feeling wonderful. So, and about that time, they were starting triathlons. And in 1982, well, 1979 was actually the very first Ironman triathlon. And it was done here in Honolulu, not in Kona, where it is now, the first one. And they had to move it because of the traffic and the disruption of cars and the routes they had to change and all that. So in 1980, and I just happened to be watching TV one day and happened to the wide world of sports, and I see the Ironman triathlon. And I thought, oh my gosh, you know, with what happened with my marathon, which I felt I had handled, I know how to swim. Anybody can bike. And so I found out you have to qualify for it. And so in 1983, there was a half Ironman, which I entered and got a first place. And that qualified me for the Kona Ironman. So in 1984, I was the first. Oh, let me see. Oh, I don't have that. Hold on just 1 second. I got to show you. Gosh, I thought I did. I had it right here. This is the finish line of my first Ironman triathlon. And I thought, wow, it's not just your health, it's your fitness, your vigor, and everything else that goes along with keeping all these functions. And again, with the research now that they're doing on all the herbs and spices, how important they are. Of course, sleep, we know, is extremely important. And with that level of exercise, you do sleep well. You're exhausted, fall asleep. And sometimes when I was giving talks, because Dr. McDougall wanted me to talk to other people about it, and I was volunteering to speak at senior centers, and the frequently asked question was, how soon did the diet start working? And I'd grin and say, the next morning. And they say, what? What? Really? Yeah, I had been constipated all my life. Never knew it. And doctors said it was normal for some people 3 or 4 times a week. Well, that's not normal, because I did have a fissure, and I had to have surgery for that at 18 years of age. And so all these things were going wrong. And then all of a sudden, all these things were going right. And so Dr. McDougall kept saying, besides talks, you got to write a book. I said, Dr. McDougall, nobody knows who I am. Nobody's going to read it. He said, well, I talk to these women and they go away. I never see them again. Or when they do come back, they haven't made any progress at all. I think if you wrote a book telling of your experience, that would make a difference. And so I started thinking about it. And one day, I made the cover of a local newspaper, the front page, and my picture was this big on the front page of that paper. And so a lot of people saw that. It says, grandmother trains for Ironman triathlons. So that got people's attention. And a man came up to me, introduced himself, and he said, I just read your story. You ever thought about writing a book? And I said, oh, well, yeah, as a matter of fact. He said, well, I know publishers, I know publishing. Let me help you. So he helped me with that. And the first book was A Race for Life, from cancer to the Ironman. And it was picked up by Lantern Books and Martin Rowe, and he was my editor at the time. He was vegan, of course, but after reading my manuscript, he decided, oh, I'm going to try running. Well, guess what? He got hooked just like I did. In fact, you remember about the Boston Bombers in 2013, the finish line of the Boston Marathon? He had just crossed the finish line, had finished. And that was like his 3rd or 4th marathon. He was hooked on running, which led us writing a book, Lifelong Running, because he did call me before and say, you know, I figured out you've been running for what, 40 years? we need a book on lifelong running because you and I know how beneficial it is. So that was one of my books. And A Race for Life was doing really well. And then a year ago, I got approached again about updating it because it had been out for a while. And there are so many changes. I figured out a number of things. One of them was about breast implants. And after my mastectomy, again, back in 1982, there were no such things as implants then. They were just beginning to figure out about reconstruction. And there were laws that saying that it would be covered by medical insurance program because it was restoring of a normal function. So I had to wait a year for enough skin, because when they take the breast off in the mastectomy, the skin is taken out from here to here, and they pull the edges together really tight, and there's no room for anything. You see, the plastic surgeon says, well, you have to wait a year till you have enough skin, and then we can put an implant in. Well, because I was doing so much racing, every race that came up, I signed up for because I enjoyed it so much. And of course, winning is always fun. So always a great reward. And so in 1984, I had my first set of implants, and it was wonderful. And it was a chapter in my book about reconstructing a body and a life, because now I felt normal again. And I felt normal, I looked normal, and that was it. Until about 2019, well, actually before that, several years, gradual things started going wrong. Balance and proprioception and joint pains and all kinds of things abnormal. And so I'd go to my doctor, not Dr. McDougall, because he was gone by then. And they said, oh, it's your age. Every complaint I had, it's your age. And so I thought, well, okay, I guess they're right. And then in 2019, I happened to be visiting in Canada. Again, picked up a newspaper. The value of curiosity and serendipity happened with Dr. McDougall, and it's happening right at that moment. Picked up the newspaper. Here's this headline: breast implant illness, a nightmare. And I thought, that's silly. They know that breast implants are silicone, and it's inert in the body, and it's safe. And these are just women that they thought it was psychosomatic. And I thought, well, out of curiosity, I'm going to read it. And it listed the symptoms. And I thought, check, 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 check. I thought, oh my God, that's what explains all of these. I went to the phone, got through to the reporter who wrote the article, who wrote it because she had breast implant illness. And I told her the symptoms, and she said, you've got to get these out right away. I said, who is your surgeon? She gave me the name of the surgeon. I called him and I said, okay, I have breast implant illness. I need the surgery to get rid of these toxic bags. He said, oh, yes, you do. Give me your MSN. I said, what's that? He said, oh, your health insurance number, Canada. And I said, oh, I'm not Canadian. I'm just visiting. He said, well, then I can't do the surgery. I said, I'll pay, private pay, whatever it costs, I'll pay. He said, I'm sorry, I can't. It would invalidate my malpractice insurance. You better get back to wherever you had them put in and have him take it out. I got on a plane the next morning and flew back to Honolulu, called the surgeon and said, I want make an appointment, get these things out. And when I saw the surgeon, he said, "Oh, that's silly. There's nothing." He put them in and he thought, "Oh, they're safe." Said, "No, they are not." He said, "Well, if you insist, oh, I can take them out." I said, "Okay, how soon?" He said, "Let me check the schedule. Oh, it'll be about 4 months." I said, "I can't wait. I won't wait." He said, "Oh, let's see if there are any cancellations." Well, there was a cancellation for 2 weeks. And so that's when I had them out. Well, I was hoping for this complete change in everything. And some of the symptoms were definitely abated and some weren't. And so at the time when I was asked to update my book, I thought, I've got to include that chapter. That was part 1, reconstructing a body and a life and how wonderful implants were. And so part 2, which is going to be, well, this is a picture of, it's not even out yet, the cover of my new book. And it's still A Race for Life and revised edition. And so part 2 is killer breasts. How my breasts, number 1, tried to kill me with cancer. Number 2, with implants. So killer breasts, no more. And it took a lot of nerve for me to go back to being flat. I mean, it's, it takes some adjustment because in society, we seem to have this idolatry for breasts. There are 16-year-olds who say, "Daddy, please, for my 16th birthday, could I please have breast implants?" And I found out, and they make so much money. They can do like 5 implants a day and make $20,000 each time. So there is so much money in that. And so there's resistance to this and saying, "Oh, it's psychosomatic." Well, I went to PubMed and looked for all the research, and you'll see both. You know, the plastic surgeons who say it may happen, but it's rare. And then there are others, the research that shows once what was happening is the breast implants were having microgel leaks of silicone and heavy metals that directly go into the circulatory system. You know what that means? Head to toe. Hair loss. I've lost 90% of my hair. And in fact, when I shampoo, it feels so funny to feel my scalp. And because it's gotten so thin, it looks like I have a lot of hair. But what used to be a ponytail, this thick, is now this thick. Yeah, it's still falling out. And it's because the mitochondria and the damage that the lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic, all of these are heavy metals used in addition to silicone to make the breast implants. And so that's why that chapter is so important in my book. And women know that. The other thing that I found out that's new, doing research, there was some research on men with prostate cancer. And they found out if they were doing exercise using the skeletal muscles, that myokines are created. Now, myokines in a petri dish with cancer cells suppress cancer growth.
Wow.
And I read that and I thought, that's why in 1982, when I was diagnosed, I had, as I mentioned, been running 14 years. That's what kept me alive and kept the spread kind of to a minimum. I mean, the bone pain, yes, and that disappeared within weeks. But it also explained why I was not already dead, because a tumor that large, they kill women with just tiny little tumors.
Yeah.
And so it stopped this, kept the spread down and kept me surviving. So that's another great aha moment that I talk about in my book. I also, yes.
Dr. Heidrich, this is Shikhar over here. Could I ask a question? Is it okay if I interrupt your chain of thoughts and ask a question?
Sure, happy to.
Dr. Heidrich, I'm 57 years away from attaining your age. And your story, I have read your story. It's so inspirational. So many milestones in your life, so many turns and twists. And I wonder, 57 years is a long time that I need to live for to reach your age. What is it that you would suggest a person like me who is in his 30s so that they can live long?
Read my book, naturally, and read my, I've got 6 books that I have now published. Education is key. And people say they're shocked that I went vegan in 2 hours. And so many people, it's hard to do. They go vegetarian and they give up things slowly. But when you've got the medical gun to your head, it's do this or die, which Dr. McDougall convinced me there was no question. I wanted to live. And so regardless of your age and what you're doing now, you've got to be smart enough with your education to know what the value of these foods, both the good and the bad, the damage, the eating meat and dairy and oils, this olive oil, I hear that discussion all the time. What they know now is oil as it exists in food is digested along with the fiber again. But when you have pure oil, even if it's olive oil, coconut oil, it goes into the arteries and irritates, inflames the lining, the endothelium of your arteries. And that's the why I have not had any oil for 43 years, and I don't miss it at all. But I get on my website, ruthheidrich.com, I have an Ask Dr. Ruth where people can ask questions, and I get this all the time. Well, my doctor said olive oil is good. Who was it that earlier said, go buy the olives? You know?
Yeah, that was Dr. Barnard. You go buy the oil and get the olive.
Whole foods.
Yes, Whole Foods. Dr. McDougall saved my life as well. He was my 36 years ago. So I understand.
He's still going strong. He's on live TV.
I know. He's doing great. And so is Mary. So anyway, Dr. Ruth, thank you so much for your amazing, you were, I guess, I don't know what year, but it said here that you're recognized as one of the 10 fittest women in North America. That's an honor.
When I had the manuscript for A Race for Life, Dr. Cooper happened to be in town giving lectures about aerobics. And I went backstage afterwards and told him about my book and my diet, and he remembered me from starting. And so he read the manuscript and endorsed my first book and said, you know, I just can't believe. And of course, the protein calcium issue came up. But in fact, your cookbook, I've run past my nutritionist at the Cooper Clinic, and they say, no, they don't want me to sell it there. So, you know, we have a contest for the fittest, healthiest people on the treadmill. And so he invited me to come. I flew to Dallas, Texas, and I got on the treadmill. Oh, he did all kinds of blood tests, physical exam, everything, and got me on the treadmill. And it starts, the bulky protocol. It starts flat and slow, and the treadmill starts getting gradually faster and faster, and the elevation starts going up. And I'm going strong. And he said, "Oh, you've just broken the record for your age group. Are you okay?" And they had electrodes in my blood pressure too while they were doing this.
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, I'm doing fine." And I kept going, and he said, "You've just broken the record for men in your age group." And I said, "Oh my God." And so, yeah,
Wow.
yeah, one
That-
of the 10 fit well, that
well,
record fitness. So
you are
Can I ask one question, Dr. Heidrich?
yes.
This is regarding plant-based or vegan advocacy. You are a living specimen. And they say that sometimes you don't need to tell people, you just need to inspire people with living examples of what a plant-based diet can do. Would you suggest the same? Would you suggest the same for youngsters like us to do? That in order to do advocacy for a plant-based diet, we should inspire others rather than telling them?
Yeah, it inspiring. I don't know. I hear when I talk to people or I give them my baseball card that I showed you. The inspiration is great at the time and then just gradually wears off. You know, you get home to your kitchen and you look around and think, I don't know how to do this. And so you need support. You need continuous reinforcement. Inspiration is a great start, but I don't think it's enough. Yeah, I talk to people all the time about how, well, even my own family, because my kids were gone when I made the change, and they still don't really understand, and they think, well, mom's kind of weird. Yeah.
Are you able to come on right now?
Grandkids. Pardon?
Oh, I think somebody's not muted there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
How does it feel, Dr. Heidrich, how does it feel to be considered as the weird one by your own children? Does it affect you? Because I am asking this question from the point of view of youngsters who face this challenge with their family members early in their age itself. Does it still concern you in the 80s, in the 90s, or do you make peace with it eventually?
I don't understand the question again. What?
Yes. Do you end up making peace with the fact that you're considered the weird one by your family members, or does it still bother you?
Oh, be at peace. No, I'm still trying. And I don't want to give up and then have them come back and say, Mom, why didn't you tell me more or whatever? So it's hard to, they say, like my daughter, moderation. And I wasn't fast enough to say, yeah, moderate rates of heart disease, moderate rates of cancer. Yeah.
So your daughter's not vegan?
No, not
Neither
yet.
is mine. Mine is not, Ruth, either. And it's so distressing to me.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Now, I do have a granddaughter who married, he's Indian, I think Hindu, and he's vegetarian, which is a big help. And so one of my grandchildren is vegetarian, but with him, it's milk and ghee and these things.
Yeah, the ghee, they have a hard time giving up ghee.
Yep. So that's where she's at. So I'm hoping. I also now have 3 grandchildren who are medical doctors. And you would think, please,
Please, yes.
No, the training has nothing to do with nutrition. Like Dr. Klaper says, we need to get into the medical schools.
Yes, we do.
Even my grandchildren consider me an anomaly an exception and yeah, kind of weird. Once in a while they brag about the grandkids swim coach had picked up my the book Born to Run by Chris McDougall. He interviewed me, so my story's in there. And the swim coach, and this is back in Ohio when I was living there. And the swim coach said, "Oh, I just read about a person named Heidrich who did the Ironman." And David said, "That's my grandmother." And Randy said, "You're kidding." And so Randy got back to me. He, after reading Born to Run and reading my book, had thyroid cancer, which he reversed by changing his diet. So,
wow.
Yeah. So
Fantastic.
it's slow. And I think as in my case, it takes a medical emergency to get their attention and to make it. It's too bad, but yeah.
Well, Dr. Ruth, you are beyond incredible. I don't know anybody like you in the whole world, and you are just amazing. And you actually gave me some hope, because I've been for 36 years trying to get my lawyer doctor to become a vegan, but I'm not allowed to talk about it or even breathe the word, so I don't know if I'm going to talk to you sometime about that, because it's so distressing to me. But
Forks Over Knives has been a great breakthrough for a lot of people. A lot of people still Forks Over Knives.
Oh yeah, but she won't watch it.
And after that, the Game Changers. That one will get men's attention because, like Dr. Barnard says, by the age of 40% of men have erectile dysfunction. By the age of 50%. And when they show the proof in Game Changers, that'll get through to men.
Yeah, I love that one. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Dr. Ruth, guess what? We have a surprise. Dr. Colin couldn't come on earlier. He had an unexpected event happen, so he couldn't be earlier, but he just got home, and I think he's coming on after you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
so real excited about that too. But
90 follows 89.
Yeah, he's 90 years old, so he's coming right after you.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm so excited that you were here today, because you are just beyond incredible, and I've admired you over the years. And
you know about the Vegan Society of Hawaii?
You have you have the Vegan Society, yeah.
And we have live Zooms. You know who Dana Lyons is? Cows with Guns. He's our June speaker, live on Zoom.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have the Sacramento Vegan Society here. We have 5,400 members, so that's good.
Yeah, and, we only have 1,500, but Hawaii's is small.
Well, yeah, but we put on events all the time like this,
Yeah, we have our monthly
dine outs too. And Chef AJ, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so AJ and I both put on.
I've had her as a guest as well.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So I had thyroid cancer 36 years ago, but unfortunately, I had one radiation, and the next week my neighbor told me about McDougall, but that one radiation killed the thyroid.
Yeah.
And then the doctor over medicated me so that I had too much medication. It gave me osteoporosis in my knee.
Oh boy.
Yeah, was over medicated, double what I should have been having, because my next doctor just about 6 months ago put it in half. It should have always been in half. Anyway, long story. But anyway, so I relate to cancer and you, and cancer and me, and being old. Well, I'm not as old as you are, though. But anyway, if I feel
the fountain of youth, don't die.
Yeah. So if if I feel like you when I'm your age, I'm going to be thrilled. So thank you for your story. It was wonderful, and talk about inspiring. I don't know anybody more inspiring than you. But anyway, are you still running a little bit now?
Yeah, a little. Yeah, everything is toned down. I don't do the
Yeah.
distances, but I have what I call my mini triathlon every day. I have a weight machine right out here on my lanai, so it's like exercising outside. And so I
good.
definitely lift weights, and I'm trying to
Yeah.
maintain my muscle mass, my bone
Yeah.
density.
Right.
Exercise, is number 2. Food number 1,
Yeah.
and exercise number
Well,
2.
I'm an aerobic instructor and I teach weight training too. So I'm the oldest one in 62 gyms. So I'm
Wow.
kind of proud of it. So
Great.
I'm following you a little bit.
Yeah,
But
great.
but I can't. I did a couple marathons, but I can't do them because of my knee now with the osteoporosis I got from my thyroid medication.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
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 Medication. Yep.
Awful. You know,
Yeah.
the supplement industry is even more dangerous than the prescription drug industry too. They hand it
Yeah.
out like water, and they
Yep.
get so much money for selling this stuff.
Yeah.
And then the doctors always prescribe stuff they're not supposed to because they get so much money from prescribing these medications. You know?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
statins, high blood pressure meds and all that. Even my
Yep.
vegan doctor prescribes that.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
afraid not to.
the food makes the poison. The drug, they say, is going to kill the poison.
Yeah.
And
It doesn't.
they've got a built-in system here, and it's all about the money. Listen to
Yeah.
the ads on TV, the side effects, including death.
When they isn't that the funniest thing when they read in the side effects? Oh, you could vomit, you could have diarrhea or death.
Yeah.
You could die from taking this medication. That just blows my mind. I'm thinking about putting it in my comedy act.
Yeah, that would be good. Yes,
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah. I mean, really, you could die if you take this medication. Jeez. And yet people just take them, people just believe the doctor. And that's right. Why we need the medical system to change. The doctors need to know this.
Yes. Yep.
So I'm going to go to Kaiser with the help of Dr. Klaper. I'm going into Kaiser here and I'm going to start there and I'm going to make sure they get on board.
Yeah. There is a doctor at Kaiser in your area who is vegan. He asked for permission to use my story in his talk to his Kaiser patients. So
tell me who that is.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay, well, let's get it later. I need to know who that is because I want to talk to him. Yeah. Okay.
I see. Is that Colin Campbell there? Colin?
Is he there? There he is.
Can you hear me, Ruth?
Hi, we just talked to Ruth and she talked about you too. So
yeah.
Okay.
The first one.
How are you feeling? Are you feeling okay?
Pardon?
Dr. Campbell, are you okay to talk for a little bit?
Yeah, I had a bit of a problem because I have so-called scoliosis that came on spent about a year ago now, and it's sort of expressing itself, causing some problems. So I had to get 2 doctor's appointments, and that's what it was, and that's the only time I had. So I didn't want to do it that way, but that's the way that worked out. So I'm okay.
But you're okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to sign off now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. Really. I would like to talk to you later, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Your story is wonderful. Okay, Dr. Campbell.
Yes.
At 90 years old, and you have saved millions of lives. I mean, your book alone was what, 300 million sold? And I don't know anybody who doesn't read the China study and not get it. You know what I mean?
Huh.
When
Well,
they read
thanks
the
to
China,
my
I hear that
developers.
so often. People say, I say, how did you go vegan? Oh, I read the China study. I mean, that
Oh.
book has been incredible. I hear
Yeah.
that all the time. So thank you for that book, especially. And now you have the Center for Nutritional Studies, which I love. And tell me, it's so ironic that you started on a dairy farm,
That's
and
right.
yet now you know what dairy does. Now, how did
That's
you
right.
make that
Actually,
transition from the dairy
I
farm?
well, I grew up actually milking cows. I mean, I
Yeah.
did it myself, during the teenage years, and my father only had a couple of years of elementary school education, so I was not in a family that this would do it this way. But anyhow, I went away to school, Cornell University eventually, thanks to some very generous older men who were propelling me along, and finally I got to the doctoral level, and I did my doctoral thesis on showing that animal protein is a very valuable nutrient. So I really had a lot of work to do. I mean, I was
Yeah.
coming from a point of view that was exactly opposite than
Yeah.
what I am now, and it was all about science to me. So
Yeah. But you had a lot of pushback, right?
yes, I guess so. I've got another book coming out that I know will get probably more pushback than ever. But yeah, I've had quite a circus for decades
Yes.
because my own profession doesn't necessarily like challenges to the nutritional value of animal protein.
Well,
And
don't you
so
think
the science.
There's a lot of industry that pays for this pushback
That's right.
too. It's about
That's right.
money, and you're getting in the way of
Oh.
the money. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So I frankly would have been dead had I not found out about dairy, because that's what I was eating most of when I had my cancer 36 years ago. So to find out about dairy from you was fabulous. And now, of course, I try to coach people too. But tell us, when you were when you were at Cornell, how did you decide to start the research? What made you start it?
Well, I was at Cornell for as I say, my doctoral graduate education. Then after a couple years at MIT, I went to Virginia Tech. And
Yeah.
there, that was just a couple of years later, I went there, and a very, very nice gentleman who hired me in the Department of Biochemistry. He also had a State Department contract to do a project in the Philippines for basically improving the nutrition of malnourished children. And so he wanted me to be his coordinator of that
Oh.
project. So I spent a lot of time in the Philippines in the early days. And one of the things you're supposed to do, according to traditional information, is make sure these kids get enough calories. That's number one, of course. That's a really serious problem where I was. Made a lifetime imprint on my brain. But in any case, make sure you get enough calories. But the second thing was almost equally important. There was this general consensus in the nutrition community that these kids need to have some protein, especially high quality protein. That was animal protein, of course. And that was being supplied by the dairy industry in this country. They were shipping dried milk powder by the shipload, by the boatload into the Philippines and elsewhere. But then I saw something that didn't square with it, because some of these kids that I was responsible for in the research, the ones consuming the most protein, only just like 1 or 2% out of all of those at the time, they were more likely to get liver cancer, according to medical colleagues of mine. And I couldn't quite believe it, but you have a responsibility on one hand to make sure they get more protein.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you got this information of protein might be causing this cancer.
Ah,
So that's what got me started. And then I got money from NIH that continued for the next 30 years. And so I really
wow.
was, in a way, kind of blessed with the fact that I had
Yeah.
plenty of funding. And I went back to Cornell, and the rest is history now. So that got me into this story about nutrition in a little bit of a backdoor way,
Yeah.
although from the science, strictly from the science point of view for much of that time.
Yeah. Well, and then you had another experience besides the Philippines too, right after that, right?
Well, you're probably talking about my work at MIT. I went there at the time to work with a gentleman who was organizing a new department of toxicology. In any case, I went there, and the project I had to do was to isolate, if I could, a very toxic compound in some oil that was being fed to chickens and turkeys. That was killing. It killed like 1 million birds in the Ohio area. And so my job was to see if I could identify the toxic substance. So I worked on it 2 years. And I worked on it at the benchtop, if you know what that means, in a laboratory. I did not work in a hood because it's kind of an old lab and the hood was not in very good condition. So I worked on the benchtop, not realizing that after 2 years' time, I had isolated what turned out to be, according to back calculations, a chemical that was the most toxic chemical ever, isolated in history. And it was called, eventually, I left there, went to Virginia Tech, and a couple of years later, the Army, U.S. Army laboratories identified the compound. I published what I had, but they gave it a name. It's called dioxin. You may have heard of
Oh,
dioxin.
dioxin, yeah.
And that was, it's now, they were spraying it on trees in Vietnam. And the latest estimate from the U.S. Army is that something like 400,000 soldiers have died of dioxin poisoning, which was 5 times more than the ones who died in battle. So this dioxin was really horrible. But when I left MIT, I left with a problem. I had sinuses that were cauterized, had polyps, and I had to get them burned out from time to time. And I had difficulty for 25 years for that. And finally, I couldn't speak hardly. And then the level of dioxin in my blood was 800 times the level, the max, 800 times the maximum amount allowed. I'm sure I got the heaviest dose. And so they had named it at that time. So I came to Washington to tell my story. And so I really had a big load of dioxin. And
Oh my goodness.
so that was the two, working with the carcinogen. The dioxin was tough, but.
And then you went whole food plant-based right after that?
No, well, that was a process, because in the first case involving the chemical that causes cancer, liver cancer, from the Philippines, on one hand, I was getting some very meek evidence that the children who consume the most protein, very few in number, they got liver cancer. On the other hand, I wasn't there for doing that kind of research, but and we're supposed to feed these kids more animal protein. So I had two things that were in my mind. Number one is the chance that the kids consuming the most carcinogen might get more liver cancer. On the other hand, all the political pressure was to use this animal protein. So that's what started my research, because I came back to, at that time, Virginia Tech, and then did at Cornell, but I came back and got money from NIH for the next 30 years to do research on this idea that animal protein causes cancer. It does. It's very, very remarkable. But to say that in polite company or in medical communities or scientific communities, I mean, that was wild. And even today, it's almost my colleague just simply refused to want to believe that. And
even
so
today.
that's been my challenge, because it really introduced me to the real meaning of science.
Yeah.
I got the results. I could have walked away and just ignore them or say I didn't see them or something like that. I couldn't do that, because if you see something like that, you really got to be honest with what you see.
Yeah.
And so I started doing more work on it. And eventually it led me to the fact that animal protein, yes, It increases blood cholesterol. Yes, it's responsible for heart disease. Cholesterol is not responsible for heart disease.
Yeah.
And it's dietary fat. That's not what it is. I mean, it's saturated fat. And so all of a sudden I was running from one hot ticket item to another, because everybody believes that how much cholesterol we consume causes heart disease. And that's not true. It's associated with it because the cholesterol in the food is associated with animal food, which is associated with animal protein. So it's really just eating an animal food diet. And so coming from so many different directions, I kept stumbling into this information that no one wanted to accept. And obviously, two big industries in this country became offended. For one, the USDA became offended because they like to have people eat more milk and dairy and meat and so forth. And on the other hand, the other cabinet ministry, as the Health and Human Services, NIH, they were the ones funding all my research. But they are opposed because I was defining nutrition in a different way, in a way that you don't need drugs. So on the one hand, the two agencies in the government, where the one is advocating for us to eat the wrong food that causes cancer and heart disease and so forth. On the other hand, the agency is saying, don't worry about that. We got drugs for you. I mean, I'm being pretty blunt, but that's what it is. And so during my career, now it's going to be 70 years, actually in the career, I learned something that our society, not just in the United States, but in other countries too, we consume the wrong food because that's all we ever hear. And the drug industry is in command. And so they actually pay for 75% of the advertising of the news bureaus in this country. So, I have to tell you, we're trapped in a system that I'm just now writing. I just finished writing another book that
good.
On this question. How is it? How have we been ignoring nutrition for so long? Not just the plant-based nutrition, but just the concept, because there's not a medical school in the country that has been taught nutrition. Not an MD in the country has been taught nutrition. There's the issue. So they tend not to identify with this idea, because I say the way nutrition works is, infinite numbers of nutrients work together, usually directed or commanded by eating animal foods, which in turn causes a decrease in plant foods. So the combination itself is very, very powerful science evidence. But it means whole food, whole plant foods, not supplements, not nutrition supplements. They're very problematic, very troublesome, because they produce results that usually don't produce any results of any value, but some of them produce results exactly the opposite when they're consumed in isolation. So I just went from one contentious point of view to another during my last 70 years. And so I've kind of learned how difficult it is especially for the medical system.
Well, Dr. Klaper is starting to do this medical training thing for medical students.
Right.
I'm so proud of him for that. And I'm going to talk to him personally about going to my Kaiser and talk to my board there. And I'm going to get in there somehow. And because even my
I usually speak to the Kaiser Foundation in California.
You do?
Well, I did. The people
can you do it again?
There.
Can you do it again? I want you to do it again.
I guess they seemed to like it at the time, but it was quite a story because the Kaiser people also were not into what my viewpoint really was. They rather liked it. They were impressed to some extent more than the traditional medical community, but they weren't exactly where I was, but they were close to it.
They have a very weak plant-based class or something at my Kaiser, but none of the doctors are even my vegan doctor won't tell any other doctors that he's vegan, and he won't prescribe. He prescribes everything, statins, high blood pressure, because he's afraid not to. He's afraid he's going to get sued. He's afraid he will get sued if he does
Right.
anything different. So it's really
That's right.
very scary, but I'm gonna get in there somehow. And I'm gonna call you up and put you on Zoom when I get in there, okay? So
Okay.
I can get you in there,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
that
ask
really,
me.
you're right. The medical community is what's lacking here. Because even when I find a client myself, I've helped change over, the doctor says the opposite to my client.
That's right.
You know, it's so hard. I'm not a doctor. I can't refute that, you know? So
Well,
that's why we need the doctors to know. Yeah.
you know, I should tell you something on that point. Back in 1980, now what is that? Quite a long time ago, 45 years ago or so, the AMA contacted me and
Yeah.
retained me, and they wanted me to go out and speak to people in medical schools, right?
Oh,
And I
yeah.
did. But
Yeah.
that turned in. So I've spoken to medical schools in more than 40 states in the United States.
Yeah.
So all over the place, and I learned very well. And of course, I taught a lot of pre-med students. They had to take my course in nutrition biochemistry. But in any case, what I learned is really what the medical system is all about, what the practicing community is all about. Their hands are tied, and basically, it's a money-making machine. Medicine is,
Mhm.
and so they don't want. So not a medical school in the country. I think it's astounding. Teaches nutrition.
Oh, I
So
know.
no MDs have had any experience with nutrition.
Yeah.
So
Oh, this is
it's a
awful.
struggle. It's a
Horrible.
really struggle because first off, they tend not to know very well, and secondly, you know, the industry that defines them, namely the pharmaceutical companies,
Yeah.
you know, the system it's in deep trouble.
They feed each other, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Well, it's very scary, and we've got to do something.
Yeah, may I ask Dr. Campbell?
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Campbell, your work has brought, taken the plant-based movement so far ahead. It has brought it so far ahead. And right now, there are a lot of proponents of the whole food plant-based lifestyle who are pushing the word even further. Now, there are people in their 30s, in their 20s, who may need to gain the expertise to further propagate the movement in the right direction. What would you suggest to people like us? What should we do to make sure that the word about veganism, the word about plant-based lifestyle spreads to more and more people with the most effectiveness?
Well, it's very selfish on my part, but I would say to read the book that I wrote.
That's what I was going to say. Read the book. It's kind of study,
The
especially.
others are you're not describing the problem with respect to science very well. And when I say that, I should tell you about some of the things that are done in the name of nutrition, which is not true. And these are always MDs because they're not trained in the area. And so they just say what they want to say. And they will tell you, for example, that you can get your nutrition out of a pill, like vitamin supplements, for example. That's not true, but it's a huge multi-million-dollar business. And sort of informing people they can get the nutrition that way, which is wrong. The second thing is that there's a traditional physician community. This goes back to the 1850s, by the way, what I'm going to say. Namely, the medical community is philosophically and scientifically, quite frankly, they're wedded to the idea that the way we determine the cause of disease is to identify a single chemical. That's not true. Secondly, when we get the disease, they're wedded to the idea that the best way to treat the disease is a single chemical. Even worse, because it's called a drug. So they're wedded to this idea of single cause, single outcome. That's like one disease at a time. They're so wedded to that they can't. I mean, that's what it is. And I know when I was lecturing, for example, in medical schools, sometimes I had to contend with somebody there, you know, with a desk full of drugs trying to sell them. And so the medical community is wedded to an extremely powerful industry, the most powerful industry in the United States.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps them together. I'm arguing that that's called reductionism. I'm arguing that the reductionism is a wrong concept. I say
Yeah.
the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and that's nutrition. I use that whole is greater than the sum of its parts. That's not my expression. That was stated first by Aristotle, 3,500 years ago in Greece, and also by Hippocrates. And in
Yes.
the Eastern tradition in Asia, like India, China, and so forth, they were aware of this idea for back to 6,000, 7,000 BC. The United States came along and were sort of tickling with the idea for a while, but it came along that people thought that the best way to explain science is one thing at a time. One chemical causes something, affects one mechanism, which is a target for a drug, let's say, and affects one disease. It's a tragic, really, it's a difficult thing, and physicians don't know this. They really don't know, because I say I went out with it for the American AMA at first to do this, and what I learned is they just intrinsically were incapable of thinking this way almost. But secondly, they had to think this way, because if they strayed to the contrary, they could be sued. In other words,
Oh,
if you
yeah.
don't use the drug the right way, or if you use it, or you don't use them at all, something like that, you can get in deep trouble. So the money matters in this, and it drives things. So come back to your question. How can you inform people who are likely not to believe it, first off, because that's all they've ever heard? I've been asked that question many times in this book that I wrote just now. The purpose of the book was why does it take us so long to learn nutrition? And which is the best thing going for actually creating health. So I give examples and there's experiences I've had, professionally, and all the way from high in the U.S. government to, 3 universities mostly. And these, I call them episodes. These are, and the public doesn't know this. So I'm telling them in the book, the real life examples. And once you read it, once somebody, especially once who has some understanding of health and nutrition are interested, they'll be overwhelmed. They will not believe that they have been told this information for so long, and they won't know why. Although a lot of people are aware that, we are talking about a money game here. Come back here. I thought a lot about this. One way we need to get command of, the media, if you will, which is very difficult to do. The media is very difficult because the media is owned by the industry.
Yeah.
And so, but you have to figure out some way to get attention. I don't want to get attention just to be famous or nothing like that. That's not what the point is. I want to get attention for the idea.
Yeah.
And there is a way to explain the idea, with really substantial science background. It's not about, what our preferences might be with respect to human rights or animal rights for that matter, or anything. It's a question of, what does the science say?
Yeah.
And so I have a way of, and the research that I was doing with all my students over the years, that I published over 300 and some professional papers.
Wow.
And I've got some standing, and that I can tell it, and with a scientific way. The medical system does not want that to be told. I will tell you. And so, for example, you may not have heard, any of you listening, you may not have heard that, the animal protein actually is the #1 carcinogen we consume.
Yeah.
That might even shock you. But, animal protein is by far and away more carcinogenic than any other. And I know that system very well, too, because I was involved in it, lecturing there and teaching at the time. Secondly, the cause of heart disease primarily is animal protein. It's not saturated fat. It's not cholesterol. And I'm sorry to say, Linda, because I know that you're really wedded very tightly, but in the community, animal rights community, for example,
Mhm.
they still don't want to say animal protein, but they're not trained in nutrition. So, they're just trying to pick out what has been told to them. But,
Yeah.
This is what I say. I'm a real enthusiast for science,
Mhm.
which is a philosophical construct that is was designed by the ancient Egyptians in the Western world, and then into the Greek tradition, and then finally into the Western tradition. It was designed to do research on questionable information that you may have in your mind,
Mhm.
and they do it in ways which is very transparent, which you don't bring along your own biases. You have to control for biases. You have to be
Yes.
transparent. Everybody can see what you're doing.
Yes.
And it's not,
Transparency.
it's not in an arena of patents. You don't get, it's not a business idea.
Yeah.
It's a story about human health
Yes.
and human, that way. And so it makes it hard. And
Yeah.
so I just, quite frankly, I'm quite blunt when I'm telling this. I say these things you may not have heard before, but that's where it's at. It's just difficult. But, for you folks, or what you're doing right now, for example, is one way to do it.
Yeah.
But really to emphasize the role of science.
Yes.
You make a
Yeah.
hypothesis, and then you gather some information you think supports the hypothesis. Then you do experimental research, and then you get some funding to support it. And all of that is under the watchful eye of professionals who are controlling your biases.
Yeah.
That's what we call in academia, we call it academic freedom. That has been disassembled, I must tell you, in the Western world at least, not so much in Asia or China. I mean, Europe.
Mhm.
So it's a big story, but it's really about science and medicine and health and that.
Can you tell us the name of that book, your new book?
I haven't, well, maybe I can mention it, but my publisher, he says he wants it.
Okay.
I told him the title,
Well,
and he said,
we're
wait.
gonna look for it. Can you say the name?
Yeah, I will show you just a second. Can you see this?
Yeah. Wow,
Okay,
that's great. Oh, I love it.
This is written by an artist in the Dominican Republic. Our daughter, is now the president of the Center for Nutrition Studies. As you know, she lived in Dominican Republic for much of her career, and she was in the Peace Corps. And this was an artist in the Dominican Republic who wrote this. The chain, he heard me say something about this. So the chain is the medical system.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's got this dagger, so they're breaking the chain. That dagger, basically, in case you don't know what that is, that dagger is the oath of Hippocrates, the Hippocratic oath.
Oh,
is used throughout the medical system. And so what did Hippocrates say? The medical system lies about it. They said, let food be the medicine and medicine be that food. Right?
Yeah.
And so the medical system has taken this to bless their own industry, when in fact, he said the opposite, what they do. He said, let food be the medicine, not medicine be the food.
Oh, yeah.
So this is on the cover of my new book, because
love
I
it.
put some other, my wife is the one who really suggested this in the first place.
Oh,
and,
she's a smart lady. I love that.
She's the one, I should tell you, she's the one that told me to write the China study, stop complaining.
I love it.
That's why the China study was.
Behind every great man is a woman.
Yeah, well, it worked here. And so anyhow, I think this is kind of a neat way to illustrate.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
It's time to break.
Can you tell us the name, or is it too soon?
So the name of the
book.
Oh, I'm going to say let food be the medicine. I'm going to take.
That's the name of the book?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Food be the medicine.
Oh, I love
it. Dress it up with a few of the comments, to entice the reader. That,
Yeah.
you know, if you want to know what makes for medical practice, read this book. And
Yeah.
I'll take you back to the history and stuff.
Well, I'm going to buy 1,000,000 copies.
Well, I really actually, I mean, I don't like the idea of going out and destroying things. That's not the point.
Oh.
And I especially don't like the argument that we have today, intense argument we have about
Yeah.
human health in our society.
Yeah.
It's horrendous what is now happening. And
I
part of
know.
the reason is because the medical system doesn't have a common thesis for itself that that really works. I mean, this thing, as you guys know, this really works.
Yeah.
You know,
I have a
better than
question,
drugs.
Dr. Campbell. If all the doctors are teaching plant-based diet, nobody's going to come back to them. The hospital will lose money.
Yeah, that's what I said before. The money drives the industry.
Yeah. So
That's
what are the
right.
doctors going to do if we get them all plant-based? How are they going to make money?
That's right. It's a really, really key question. And it also illustrates, what is wrong with the system.
Yeah. Well, could they maybe just do plant classes with their clients or something? Meet their clients and tell them how to read the China study, or
Well, there are little more subtle ways of doing it. I have to tell you, in my community, nutritional science, nutritional biochemistry in particular, my community also has lived by this reductionist principle too for many, many years.
Yeah.
And they have argued, for example, they put out a publication. Let me say, they put a publication 100 years ago. A professor from the University of Illinois, he showed an equation to prove that animal protein is more valuable than plant protein. And it was nothing more than, and that's why this is an intrinsic understanding, even in the public, that if you want the real protein, you eat animal, you get it from animals, you don't get it from plants. Well, the reason for that statement going around and everybody, because it's more valuable. Well, no, it's not more valuable. We increased experimental cancer with animal protein. We could not, plant protein turned it off. Animal protein turns it on. And then you look at all the other nutrients that are aggregated in association with animal food or plant food. And it turns out it's very, very interesting. As we eat animal food in our diet, automatically plant food goes down because we eat for calories, total calories. So we eat animal food, that causes a problem, diseases. And then we decrease plant food, that causes diseases too. So they work together. Increase animal food, decrease plant food, same thing. And that's why we lead the world, for example, and cancer rates and heart disease rates. It's very clear.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of, other people don't say this, but in my community, I have to scold them on this too. And that is the fact that they have lived all this time with the idea that animal protein is more valuable.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No.
It is not. And and so they've lived with the idea that single nutrients, you just think about single nutrients, how much you get of this, that, something else. Well, that's not the answer either, as I said at the beginning. So the only way to really get to this is whole food, plant-based. I coined those words, as you may know.
I got that.
I was on a committee that determines who gets grant funding for cancer research. It's a U.S. government process, specific NIH, and so I've served on several of these kind of committees, and so I've seen at that level, and it's very, as I say, it's nicely controlled up until the Supreme Court decision of Citizens United. When Citizens United came along in 2010, it took away academic freedom from the universities. And so because, that's another big story too, because
awful.
I got slides to show how that happened.
Oh my goodness, I'd like to see those.
I'm probably telling you too many things here that you're going to, if you send this out to other people, you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah,
I should
exactly.
expect. So, but anyhow, we have to, we have to face whatever the truth is, whether we like it or not. And we have to, that's the way it is, or prove it wrong. You know,
Yeah.
somebody claims that this is the best science. You know, there's two things. The person might be just favoring some kind of, might be favoring the use of the word science because they're selling something they can say it's
Yeah,
scientific.
exactly. It's not tied to
But,
money.
and it also, I don't, the idea of trying to sell this idea through other means. I know you're very much into the Linda, and I'm sorry about this, but if you just do it through ethical reasons only,
Mhm.
you know, like animal rights, if that's the only reason we do it, it's not
Mhm.
going to go very far.
No,
The changes. That's another reason I did the whole food plant-based diet you just argued about, or you
Yeah.
asked about, because that's based on science, and
Yeah.
that really took off. And I got a phone call from one of the guys, one of the principal names in this movement, who now is raising money for plant-based meats and stuff. He called me up unexpectedly and told me, he says, what are you doing? He says, keep doing it. I don't know what you want. Don't want to know what you're doing. But what are you doing? Keep it up. Because he says, you're doing more than all of us put together. The book was. So kind of got that reputation. And I say it's because of the science. It's because of the real science, not what somebody else says it is. That's not science.
Well, they call everything science these days, you know,
I
if
know.
it's not.
It's terrible. It causes so much confusion.
And I don't like the cell-based meat. You know, the
No.
cell-based meat, I think is terrible. You know?
Yeah, I know.
Terrible.
Even to use the word, even if you use the word fake, if you use the fake word meat, you know,
Yeah.
That's not going to do it either.
No.
Because meat is meat. And if you take it out and maybe if you feed the cattle on grasslands, for example, grass-fed beef, you may have heard of that, of course.
That's a
It's supposed to be
joke.
better. No, it isn't. Has the same amount of protein as the livestock-fed beef.
Yeah.
It'll have a little less fat, but you know, that's why they make the argument, but that's not true.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Campbell, thank you so much for being here with us. You are amazing, and keep up the good work. And I can't wait till your book comes out and can help you in any way that I can, because your message needs to get out, and especially to those doctors. So I might need your help when I go to Kaiser. I'm not weak of mouth. I'm very loud, and I get in there. I will get in there.
Keep in mind one thing that you know, the doctor's profession itself.
Yeah.
You know, I have a lot of very good friends, you know, from the profession, but some of them are, you know, they've had the nerve to do something to kind of speak out, like reversing heart disease with Dr. Esselstyn, for example.
Yeah.
Or Dr. McDowell. In the beginning, he challenged the system and said he's going to do this here, and that was it. I mean, the courage to actually go against the system is pretty tough, but it's really important.
Yes, but it's key, I think, because
it is.
Everybody believes their doctor, right? So
it's very mechanical, chemical process.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Well, you are an amazing man, and thank you so much for being here. And I wish you all good health, because we need you around for another 20 years. Okay. At least 20. All right. That's what we need. We have a bunch of questions. Do you have time for a few?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, okay.
Just a
I'm
few.
sorry about the thing today. It was impossible, but what came up, but
okay, let me see. Okay, we got that. I love the Hippocratic oath. That is so great. Let's see. Well, there's just lots of praise for you. Anyway,
a lot of it is praise.
There are a few questions in Q&A.
Okay.
Yes.
So, would you like Dr. Campbell to take them up?
Yes. Just a couple.
To do what?
So a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
Shikar, do you want to read them or would you like me to?
Peter, please take it up.
Okay, so here's one that says, from a doctor, says many of my colleagues are of the belief that a plant predominant diet is good enough versus fully animal slaughter product free. So it's good enough to be partly plant-based, but not completely. What's the best way for him to educate his colleagues?
Well, there are two ways, or three ways, I can say. Three kinds of science. Number one, even a small amount of animal protein in experimental animal studies, even a small amount of protein will increase cancer rates dramatically and very rapidly. I mean, it's nothing like I've ever seen in science. So the effect is very, very powerful. And also, there's an explanation for that. So that's one body of data. Another body of data is for those physicians who are working to reverse disease, heart disease, about Dr. Esselstyn, Dr. Ornish. And if you look closely at their work, especially Esselstyn, it's almost like a complete, it's nearly 100% effect. And so that's the second thing. The third thing, of course, is just try to tell them to look at the science itself. And I might add a fourth thing too. Another one is get a good cookbook. Get a good cookbook. There are some really good there's many, as you know. But my daughter-in-law, Kim Campbell's one, and my daughter had another one, China Study Cookbook. And some AJ, I believe. I mean, there's some really good cookbooks out there. That's another way to inform oneself. Just try it. Now, another way is to watch a film.
Yes.
Another way is to try a film. You Forks Over Knives, you may have seen a video. That was done first. But then after that, there was a film done, Plant Pure Nation. I don't know if you've seen that or not. My oldest son did that. And now he's done another one, From Food to Freedom.
Oh, love it.
That's a new film that's on YouTube. They took it down, apparently. And there's it's a big story of who likes this, who doesn't like it kind of thing. But so videos, cookbooks, learning the science. I'm partial to that. And this here, animal protein, the most revered of all nutrients. The most revered of all nutrients actually turns back the most feared of all diseases.
Yeah.
I mean, animal protein, if you start putting that even a small amount in the diet, at least from the evidence that I'm familiar with, it causes a response. And it can happen in 1 to 2 days from a biochemical point of view.
Wow.
I use biochemistry and all on animal protein thing itself, there are multiple mechanisms, we say. They all work, converge together, and they do not lend themselves to being corrected by a single drug. You're working on a single, that's not the way to go. But that's the way 99% of the information is, because it makes money. But if you really know nature and how it works together, the response we get is rapid. It's for more than one disease, and for a breadth of diseases. And it's for a lifetime. It's for a lifetime.
Yeah.
So
wow.
I hope I answered the fellow's question. There are those different ways, but as I say, I'm partial because that's my background, I guess. I think the science, if you can actually get a scientific explanation,
yeah,
that really hits people right in the face. And I've got some data like that is just spectacular.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that's
great.
That previous question was by Dr. Madhuri. She had asked this question. about what your diet should constitute. There's another question we have been getting, and this is from an individual who's been asking that he's been vegan for 35 years but still has high cholesterol. Is there a suggestion for them?
For what?
There is an individual who has been vegan for 35 years but still has high cholesterol. That question is by Karyn.
Well, I think the first thing that he might consider is that, he's not considering protein itself, the animal protein. I don't know whether he's using protein supplements, possibly, but he really needs to stay away from animal protein itself. And then, of course, eat plants. Just eat plants and a variety of plants. That's really important. And try to eat them in a whole food form. By whole food, I don't mean, you can chop it up and you can do this. You can cook it or not cook it. I mean, that's okay. When I say whole plant food, I'm talking about eating it all at the same time, in whatever form you choose to eat it. And your digestive system will take over. That's Mother Nature. She takes over. She knows what to do with all these complexities, to create a response. So to answer your previous gentleman's question, or maybe yours, I forgot now which one, but the question is often asked, can I eat a little bit of animal food? Is that enough? And my sense of it, and I don't have any 100% proof positive, because I have to tell you there's exceptions to the rule, but they're a minor number. In other words, some people eating as best they possibly can, they're going to suffer some of these problems. They might get heart disease because they weren't aware that saturated fat is not good, for one thing. And they're eating a lot of unsaturated fat, which is really the bad thing to do. They put it in a bottle and pour it out. That added fat thing, or added oil, I should say, is not good, even though it's coming from plants, because the added oil is being taken out of its context. And it creates what we call reactive oxygen species, which in turn encourages these chronic diseases to form. So added oil is something to avoid, as much as one can. The oil in food itself is quite different. It's balanced out, for one thing, by the opposite kind of fat called omega-3s, as opposed to omega-6s. So you get a balanced fat in the plant, in the food itself. And secondly, you have all the other things, and they all work together. Take out one thing, just like take out the oil out of plants and imagine it's a good thing. Put it in a bottle so you pour it. No, that's not the way to do it. That's so yeah. These are a couple of hints that they can put into practice.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Campbell. I think that's enough questions for you for today. And let's let you go now. But appreciate you so much, Dr. Campbell, and all your wonderful work. We hope to have you back again, because we can't get enough of you. Okay. Thank you so much again for coming, even though it wasn't an easy day for you to do so. But your work is impeccable, and we're going to help you promote it as much as we can.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
And
If people have questions we didn't answer, you could email me, and I can direct you to some of the answers from doctors if you like to. You can email me at veganmentor@gmail.com. Linda.
well, Linda, an amazing job here. Thank you so very much for all you've done. You've hosted this. I know that went into overtime, and we're about an hour
we just loved
over.
everybody so much we couldn't stop, right?
We couldn't stop.
2 hours overtime.
Thank you, Darla. Thank you,
Pardon me?
everybody. Thank you
2 hours overtime. So we double. So everybody who attended needs to double what they're paying us.
Yeah.
Well, anyways,
Anyway,
really appreciate you, Linda. And Shakur, you've done
oh,
such an amazing job in the
yeah,
background,
thank you
and the
guys.
whole amazing team we had supporting this event. It's just awesome. Words cannot describe my appreciation. And for you, Linda, this has been just off the charts amazing. So
Oh,
thank
thank
you.
you so much. Thank you
And
for inviting me to be here. Hmm?
lots of
Do you have a
gratitude, lots of gratitude to the people who have stayed around too.
Oh,
And,
yeah. Thank
and
you
Oh,
so
Linda,
much.
absolutely.
would you think you'll be able to
Thank
spare
you.
5-10 minutes? Would you think
Hi,
you'll be
George
able
and
to,
Barbara and Ruth.
Linda, would you be able to spare 5-10 minutes more for, let's say, not whole food plant-based, but to talk about your vegan activism? Maybe there can be some people who want to know about vegan activism. Would you like to take those questions?
Sure, yeah. Not everybody wants to know about that, but I'm as much a whole food plant eater as I am an active vegan. So if you are interested, if you live around me, which is Sacramento area, or the Bay Area even, you can join my group, the Sacramento Vegan Society Meetup. It's a meetup page. And then just once you join meetup.com, then you search for Sacramento Vegan Society, and I can let you know of all our events that we do. Like we do things for PETA a lot, and help out with, like when Adidas sells kangaroo skin on their leather shoes, and it's very disheartening and things like that. So we do, there's a place called Sequest where they have live wild animals from all over the world. And they put them in these big shopping malls, and people can come by and pay to see them, and then pay $50 to touch these wild animals who are living in appalling conditions. They're sickly because they should be out in the wild where they belong. So we do protests against them. And we do a lot of protests against the UC Davis Primate Center and the Stockton Chicken Poultry Slaughterhouse and the pig slaughterhouses in Stockton. So we go and do vigils, and we make sure people can see what's going on as best as possible. So anyway, I think that's enough. And but if you're interested, you can also write to me at veganmentor@gmail.com. If you're interested in helping with any of the animal things, write to me personally, and I'd be glad to help you with that, because the animals are suffering greatly. We've lost a sense of our connection to nature and our connection to animals. They're like there's something over there, but we don't pay much attention. So we humans need to start paying attention, I think. Now, you don't have to if you don't want to. If you just want to concentrate on not eating them, I'm happy. I'm perfectly happy. That's fine.
That's
So you don't have to get into animal anything with me. Because I know some people just don't want to, and that's fine. But I have a bunch of friends and I who really try to get animal exposure out there so people know what's going on and make the connection between what's on their plate and what's in their mouth. They have no idea, or what's even what they're wearing, fur hats. When I was first married 100 years ago, I bought the most beautiful fur hat. I thought I was the most beautiful person on earth wearing it. And now I'm appalled that I did that, but I didn't know. And that's where we come in. We try to let people get the connection between the animal, either on their back or their head or in their mouth or on their shoes, whatever. So, and then for all the pharmaceutical companies, we have so many animals suffering for no reason to buy and give us more drugs that we don't need. So, but thank you. Thank you guys for listening to this. Wonderful speakers we have. I'm so proud of the speakers we had today. What
absolutely.
an
Yes.
amazing group. And Peter, thanks for spearheading it, and Shakar too, for putting it all together. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It takes one to know one, I suppose. And I really need to say this one more time, is I'd like to invite everybody to come and join our free community. It's at wedidit.health, soon to be thevegancommunity.com. And just come to the website, click on join us, create a free account. In your profile, please give us your success story, because our mission here, this is the launch event for the gallery. So we're looking to show the world thousands of success stories of how people are aging with a plant-based lifestyle. And we have other initiatives coming up, so many other things. So please join our community. If you enjoyed this event, there's so much more ahead. So we did that health, join the community, and I look forward to seeing you there. So thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
Bye.